Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. I'll resume this inquiry. I'll do the usual instructions because there's no one here to hear them and everyone else knows exactly why. Electronic devices off, please, onto silence. We're going to stir us this morning. Is there a new attendance sheet circulating? Thank you. Right, so, picking up with Mr. Gray and his cross-examination. Just done a quick squiggle on this paper, looked at the timing that I've given and the programme for the inquiry. By my reckoning, we've got 6.5 hours of evidence to hear today from Mr. Gray, Mr. O'Connor, and Mr. Dyer, and with an hour for lunch and a 15-minute break in the afternoon at 5 o'clock. So I don't think we're going to get to conditions or what issues there are today. I don't think we're going to site today. I don't think there'll be anything else we can do unless things miraculously speed up. Do either of you have any contrary view?
Well, on that point, I've discussed with my own friend. There's one further issue. That's one question. It's not an issue. It's just one question that I've got to the appellant to put to him. But yes, I regret that we're not going to have time for a site visit today. I would be very pleased if you finished, Mr. Dyer.
I was wondering if I need to go to site again, given that I've been round with everyone and anything outside the site I can go and look at for myself. I've not had any particular directions from anyone as to anything specific that I need to see from outside the site or any particular viewpoints. Anything to that effect, and I think I did say that in my pre-inquiry note because it can help speed things up. Well, I don't know if it is even necessary.
I'd certainly like to revisit that after my client's finished his evidence, so I can have a word with him about that.
Okay. Do you said you had something else to ask in the evidence in chief?
Very quickly.
Yeah, okay, well, let's start with that.
If you could turn to Appendix 9, page. And if you turn forward to page 97.
Sorry, Appendix 9, page
80. This is a statement that you made in the High Court. And if you turn forward to page 97. You'll see that it's unsigned. Yes. And the question is whether you can confirm the contents of that statement as being true.
Sorry, can you repeat to me what I'm looking for?
It's a witness statement of Russell Gray, page 80. I've got it in Appendix 9. Yeah. And the point is that at page 97 it concludes without a statement of truth being signed, and if I want to refer to it in closing submissions, it should be before you signed from. I'm just asking the appellant if he's content to confirm the contents of that statement.
You may have grown, just as a reminder.
Not be helpful if I recall the specific statement that if this was a statement that holds to be guaranteed, then of course there would be a signed version signed but there's also not a draft. But I don't think a draft could get in there. Is it all right if I'm making inquiries about how this actual copy will be to be under?
You can't do that. I understand. I need to ask the question.
Okay. Okay, all I can do is whiz through it. I can't pass them.
It seems like a fairly simple question.
As long as this was a draft that's been changed in any way,
I really need a yes or no. Sounds like it's your document, you wrote it.
it's
not signed as a statement of truth. Is it true, yes or no? If you don't know, say I don't know.
which gets on just very quickly with script.
It's 18 pages.
Yeah, I can't have you to read an 18-page document that you haven't done yourself to answer the question. It should be slightly better than this. Otherwise, today is going to be coming today 5, day 6, this is going to go on.
Fair enough, yes, it's true.
Yes, it's true. You say, if you don't know, then you can say I don't know, but I can't sit there waiting for you to read an 18-page document.
Every indication of my sort of review is that the accurate, ultimately signed statement that sometimes I believe unsigned before.
Yeah, indeed, it is exactly the same as waiting to the High Court proceedings, as I understand, but the witness is only being careful, exactly right. And there was also a statement of yours in Appendix 11. It is signed.
In that case, I wouldn't be signing this.
It is called a skeleton argument comes proof statement for the 28th of August hearing. Appendix 11.
Yeah, appendix is that the whole?
Yes.
That appendix, that's right. Okay. Yes, that one specifically, and it's signed.
It is signed.
Yes, no questions about that.
You confirm the context. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Beckham, that's something we should.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Gray, in relation to your last two answers, the inspector can recall that in relation to the second mistake you returned to, you said, Simon, you said that one specifically, correct? That's your words. Under application. In relation to the first one, the implication from what you just said is that you could not in full detail the contents of the first one.
No, I don't remember anything more than a mistake.
And yet you were content to say, under affirmation, yes, it's true.
I was indeed, because I reviewed it. I assessed all the circumstances, I concluded that would be a realistic possibility.
But you didn't have a chance to look over the 18 pages, just wanted that opportunity. That's clear. Can we look first at a high-level historical picture of what's happened on this land over this one? And to those first, I think the inspector may have Appendix 9 open. And if we go to page 22, Appendix 9, what we will see are some aerial photographs that are attached to the officer report signed off in August 2020. You know that previous page 20.
We'll be looking at 22.
Yes. I might report.
Yes, please do. This is very annoying. I start at 9:30 and people come 10 minutes late, which means I can't then hear. Our day is getting longer, and it's just really frustrating. Please resume.
Thank you, Chair. So, first of all, we can see from these aerial photographs the level of activity on the site, but most particularly on the roofs of the site. First of all in 2010 and then in 2014, correct?
What are you asking?
I'm asking that those aerial photographs demonstrate the level of activity on the site, in particular on the roof in 2010 and 2014.
Are you asking me whether I accept these as genuine facts?
Mr. Gray, you will recall the inspector's guidance yesterday that yes or no answers to my questions.
You haven't answered the question.
The question I'm asking you is whether or not these photographs are fair representations of the level of built structure on the site, in particular the roof, in 2010 and 2014, yes or no?
I don't do yes or no, or we're going to leave for hours. The way this works, the cross-examination is when we ask a question that requires a yes or no answer. And if yes or no, and then you can qualify your answer if you need to.
Yes, I have never used to believe those photographs are not genuine.
And then if we move forward to page 23, we can see the equivalent area in 2019, with a significant number of new structures that we are all familiar with in 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that is one way that the inspector can measure, I guess, and the level of changes, first of all, in operational development on the land, and in particular on the roof between 2015 and 2019. Yes?
That was a siege.
No.
Read the question, please.
The question was, the inspector can use this as one measure for assessing changes in the level of operational development on the roof in particular between 2014 and 2019.
I can't agree to that statement.
Okay. Yeah.
Put your answer on that.
Subject to
It's yes or no.
I was going to qualify my
But
expectation.
it's yes or no.
Okay, it's no, because you might define the operation.
Well, the Town and Country Planning Act, Mr. Gray, defines operational development. Is there a different definition we should be using?
You'll have to put a definition of
No, I don't think so. Is there a different
okay, in which case
definition?
I can't answer the question.
You're refusing to answer my question.
No, I can't because you won't define it.
You're unable to answer my question.
It is a technical term, sir.
I accept that.
Now, in relation to the changes between 2014 and 2019 that we can see in these aerial photographs, they can also be used by the inspector as a metric in relation to likely patterns of use of the site. Can't
They certainly give an indication, yes.
And it is a very substantial change that is likely to have occurred in terms of the levels of use, isn't it, between 2014, when there are no structures on this roof scheme, and 2019, when there are a significant structure.
No,
Sorry?
I said no.
No. Just so that it's clear.
The level of use is not directly correlated with the result.
It may not be directly correlated, but
If
it's
it was indirectly correlated, it would have the reverse.
that's not right, Mr. Gray. It's not like the correlation actually works consistently, but it's part of the side. I'm asking you not whether there's a direct correlation, but whether it's a significant likely change in the level of use between 2014 and 2019. I'm going to suggest to you that is as plain as a pint stuff. I'll suggest it.
I don't talk to the shares and everyone.
Okay. Another way that you might assess the change in the metrics over time is to think about the numbers of people that we know have been using the code. So, for example, In relation to 2011, we know that Caroline Roth's first exhibition averaged about 10 people a day attending our exhibition. Remember that?
Yeah.
Fast forward 8 years to the Temple Theatre, we have an opening weekend that on average attracts 100 times over a weekend, so 3 days.
Sorry, what do you call 10 people?
The opening opening, which attracted.
It was silly.
Yeah, but there was an opening, wasn't there, that attracted 1,000 people.
Oh, the annual opening.
Yes.
If you look there, you said that's correct.
So the opening attracted 1,000 people. That's what we're trying to
That would be difficult, yes.
Right, thank you. So it would typically be 1,000 people for each of the opening ceremonies. Yes.
There are no ceremonies. Each anti-individual is announced and opened each year. That means once a year there will be an opening. In the early years, in particular, those events were slightly different today, and you're referring to probably 2017 and 2018, 2019 possibly. You're not referring to 2020, and you're not referring to 2021. If that's the case, your numbers are reasonably good enough.
So the opening figure of about 1,000 people was relevant for which year?
For 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Okay, and you suggested it was different, I think, for the perhaps most recent 2 years. We probably only want to know about 2020. So in relation to 2020, what do you accept the numbers?
Well, 2021 was also.
I appreciate that, but that's give you the number for 2021 as well, if you like.
I think 2021 was reasonable. And was about, it was split into 2 events, and there was one which was about 200, and one which was about 100.
So around 300 in total.
Yes,
So that,
the nature of the opening has changed.
And then 2020?
2020, I would say that was somewhat curtailed, so that was about 250,000.
And then, in relation to the Temple Theatre, the aspiration, which was in the proof of concept was given to you in relation to the Temple Theatre, wasn't it, for the judging panel. You were quite clear that it was important that someone could build the structure and make it function in the way that they described.
Well, that's a misleading question, because if you're asking for a yes or no, you need to say making it function. There are 2 concepts of making it function. Be clear about that and then more about the progress. A proof of concept.
Stop. Question again, please.
The question was, in relation to the Temple Theatre, you were quite clear that it was part of the assessment of the entrance for that year that something could not just be constructed, but actually would be successful, would be put to use for which it was intended. Yes or no?
That is quite right. I'm not saying any such thing. I said there had to be a proof of concept. A demonstration by way of a short season. Beyond that short season, there was no intention whatsoever that anyone, either the entrance or anyone else, would continue with any of those activities.
Right, I wouldn't expect to say you're really careful.
I would have to say, but it would change your definition or something.
Any of the activities related to that proof of concept. Okay?
Opera,
Yep.
films.
Yep.
I think there was a couple of music pieces. Children's theatre.
Yep.
If there's any other individual confirmation that there was no intention to pursue it any further, please make it.
That means check what you were saying. The activities relating to Potemkin Theatre included opera, films, music pieces, children's theatre.
There were some talks.
And each of those activities relied upon that structure. They used that structure.
It wasn't essential, they could have been done elsewhere, but given that what we were doing is showcasing the theatre, it was a logical place to hold them. And none of them were intended to sustain beyond the short season showcase.
That's true for amongst other things that you've listed daytime theatre.
Correct.
In relation to the proof of concept that you were showing, we know what Mr. Swift said about that because it's in the paper, it's not preserved in the paper.
Perhaps we ought to take witness to the reference of
Do you not remember Mr. Swift?
Mr. Swift? No, I don't.
He's not joint partner architects. Is it Ray Swift who won the prize? Or have I misunderstood?
He's not. It's not Swift.
I think it is.
I don't exactly know you're talking about. You've got the names that you've got.
We can check. That's
I recognise the name. Who is this person? What's the connection to this case? No, I've read it somewhere, but I can't remember who the person is.
Oh, Ray Swift, the architects who were responsible for the Potemkin Theatre.
Right, that's what I thought they'd all be writing about.
So you had a question about Mr. Swift?
Yes, I did. In terms of the proof of concept, his aspiration approach was that there would be ticketed events for the Potemkin Theatre.
As it were.
Indeed. And his aspiration approach was that they would look to sell 180 tickets for each of the performances.
I'm sure he would like to be a successful. I don't
Yes, I don't disagree.
That might have been his aspiration.
And the idea of proof of concept.
Yes, so that seems to be the case too, because you're intended to do it, I think it ended up being
So if that is the intention, aspiration, Mr. Gray, if on any reasonable analysis we compare that to a 2011 situation where there is an average of 10 people that attended an event, that is an intensification of all recognition from what was there in 2011.
You're comparing that with the past.
Well, I'm comparing our display to other displays.
You're comparing a static exhibition.
Can you take the question again, please?
Yes. If you compare what was happening in 2011, where we know that an average of about 10 people a day attending an event, wait for the question, with an aspiration of proof that led to a design award that there should be 180 ticketed people attending each night of the Potemkin Theatre. That is a change out of all recognition from what was on site in 2010, in terms of 2011, in terms of learning activity. Yes or no?
If you're asking.
Yes or no, and then qualify.
Okay. It's a leading question.
Yes or no.
Okay, no, because I can't answer the question because you're comparing attendance to the static exhibition with the one-off event. Exhibition attendances were obviously quite a different matter to one-off events, which in your question, which was ill-informed, you presented as having occurred each night. They did not. And if what you're attempting to do is present it as an intensification of use in terms of its capacity to cause nuisance, then, which is clearly what we're trying to do.
We shouldn't worry about that.
Well, I think what
Just stop, because I know what's going on. This is going to be excruciating. You can't just you don't agree with what we've put to you, I made a note of that, and I made a note of why about the comparison between the static exhibition versus a one event. I've made a note of that, and we'll move on to the next question.
So, just on that comparison, both of those events took place over a number of days, as a matter of fact.
Which events?
The two events we've been comparing and contrasting.
An art exhibition will sustain for a period. It will be open from an opening date to a closing. The contemporary, a short season or a proof of concept took place on certain nights, not all nights. Only in the evening, with the exception of a couple of events in the weekend. It was an extremely light use of the building.
Now, you told the inspector.
Oh, sorry. Extremely light use of the building. When you say building, what are you referring to?
For a large, the large premises such as it is, the traffic.
You're not talking about the structure of the temple, you're talking about the whole site.
Yes, it was like for and as it happens, they were attended typically by a fraction of the number of people we're talking about. It's important to make a distinction. You were talking to Caroline about how many people, not how many people she wanted, which you're using Ted Swift. He wanted our people. If you want to make comparisons of the actual intensification that you're trying to use as a property, what you have to ask is how many actually came. You asked Caroline how many people actually came. You're asking whether Ted Swift wanted. Let's try and compare like and practice.
Was 2011 ticketed? Yes.
Was
2011?
2011. What are the events and the content? Yes, it was.
Mr. Gray, please, we need to have to take temperatures down.
Yes,
Mr. Gray.
we're trying to get out of
Stop, let's go back to the question.
Question I was answering that was 2011. We know that the temple was ticketed. In relation to 2011, I'm asking you to confirm, or I suspect it's the truth, that was not a ticketed event.
And the event in 2011 that you're referring to?
The event is the first art examination.
We're not talking about
Mr. Gray, yes, ma'am.
It's a fair question. Was the event in 2011 ticketed or not?
obviously a particular show in 2011, but ordinarily, of course, they had an art did.
Now, in relation to how the temple was to be used after 2019, the inspector has your clear evidence about what you said about future use. Bearing that in mind, can we please turn to your appeal statement of the case and the identification of public benefits, which starts, and forgive me, I don't think there are internal pages in this one.
Where do you want to go?
Just trying to document this. I suspect it's around page 8. Your statement. Yes.
Page.
That's page 80. It's certainly the sections of public benefits, paragraph 6.8.
Sorry,
Is it this one?
It's in the main text.
Is it?
Yes.
And the paragraph?
6.11.
Mine just go 1 to 14.
Yeah, they just go into paragraphs, they don't have points, so perhaps it's a different document. Do you mean roof?
No.
In the appeal statement of the appellant, I've just got.
Yes, Mr. Graves, so maybe appendix 1, that's the brief summary facts.
Sorry, the paragraph
Yeah,
again?
sorry, it's my fault, because I was struggling slightly with the electronic forms and stuff. But actually, the document I mean is the summary ground of appeal attached to the statement of affairs of the independence we made of the
And which page?
Was it the summary grounds of 2020? Yes. That's appendix 1.
appendix.
Well, I think my learned friend might be referring to appendix 4, but I'm not sure.
Well, when it was or exhibit summary ground
I can't find where you're taking it.
So up now, it's appendix summary ground 2020.
And the paragraph 6 points.
Paragraph number, yes. 6.11. Under the heading public benefits. So this, once you're there, Mr. Lilly, this was a document signed off by you, correct, in the sense that you either drafted it or you saw it approved it.
Sorry, that's unfair.
Yes, this document was either drafted
Oh, this
or
was
seen and approved.
drafted by AMC.
And so what we can see being said at this point in time, in relation to the Potemkin Theatre going across 611 across the page, these events were supported by the Arts Council. Hackney does not succeed in closing down this public offering. The canal side aspect of the Potemkin Theatre will this summer, so that's 2020,
Hang on, we can go to
it's over the page, but it's the same paragraph.
Well, let's go. Okay, yeah.
The outside aspect of the Potemkin Theatre will this summer, so that's the summer of 2020. This document was created in December 2020.
Yes.
Host a free daytime theatre and modern ballet performances to audiences on the two-car side. So in fact, there was an intention expressed clearly here by you for the use of the Potemkin Theatre's dignity.
There was a desire in the material.
It's an intention.
A desire. The intention suggests that certainty was within my control. The desire is how I would describe it more accurately. But the difference is not worth arguing about.
Well, it may be. I'm going to read it to you.
Okay, you argue about it.
I'm going to read the quote to you one more time to write up and prove point you. If Hackney Council does not succeed in closing down this public offering, that didn't happen. The canal side aspect of the Potemkin Theatre will this summer host free daytime theatre and modern ballet performances to audiences on the total side.
Yes, when I said will, there was greater certainty in that word. Will we have? I might have said more accurately.
Now, in relation to planning applications that have taken place over time on the land, you've taken a hands-on role in that respect.
Very much so.
Very much. So, for example, it goes to planning applications, but it goes to other activities as well, because you told us yesterday that you had first-hand knowledge of some of the exhibitions, most of the exhibitions, and what was happening.
I didn't say any such thing, Mr. Bedford.
Right, I'll ask the question another way. Are you saying that in relation to the exhibitions that took place prior to the Arts House Foundation taking over in 2011, you do not have clear knowledge of what was going on the site in terms of arts exhibitions?
First-hand knowledge suggests you were asking about who activities walking away. I would be aware of every exhibition. I would be invited to every open. I would therefore have been aware to that extent of the program for the fixed gallery that was the drawing. Are you asking, is that what you want me to answer, or is that leave you still wondering about something important?
I'm going to paraphrase what you suggested. I think I'll probably just about that.
Well, they represented it, so I had first-hand knowledge, so if we could stick with a less pejorative way of expressing yourself, we'd make better progress.
Well, the inspector's going to come back to every matter of disagreement, Mr. Grover, we will be in those. So we can agree that planning matters in progress for those who's important to you, and you would have kept abreast of the things related to all of the planning applications made on the land over the previous month.
I just told you, I had a post-hand planning. Did that repetition say a question, or was there something else attracting you?
Yes, it sounds like you yes.
I've said yes twice, I had a post-hand planning application.
Thank you. And in relation to a number of those planning applications, where they're supported by design and access statements, for example, they were typically drawn where they by sheet of design. Two examples of that.
Yes, that would be our in-house design.
And similarly,
So how would I use those where they would use actually process? Yes, I don't need further explanation.
and you had a similarly hands-on approach in relation to various forms of mitigation and being in relation to things surrounding them.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes, a similarly hands-on approach to the litigation that has been conducted surrounding the uses of the buildings. And that goes to include the assembly of documents and the documents that it's right for a tribunal to see, Mr. Gray.
Yes.
And in relation to the statement of the case, I think if you total the appendices up, you probably come to something that's just in the order of over 2,000 pages worth of material. Does that sound about right?
If you counted it, I'll take it away. Certainly voluminous.
This is the figure you rental in the cost application.
Yes. So, one task that Adobe,
Sorry,
it's one task that Adobe will do for you, so.
I'll stick to two, but the figure was yes.
So in relation to all of the documents that have been provided, we know that the Temporary Theatre was a ticketed event. We know that the aspiration was for 180 a night, and we know that your evidence and that of Mr. Harding Gray is to the effect that it was probably between 20 and 40. So a tiny fraction of the
A tiny fraction, or about 15 to 20%, yes.
where
Understanding the fraction point.
it 180 is the aspiration and intention quite design. So as I understand Mr. Gray's evidence, his assessment is that there are about 40 people on average coming to the Temple Theatre.
Well, if got a 40 is just fine.
So the question is, in relation to all of these documents, where is anything in the primary documentation that deals with the level of ticketing and attendance at the Temple Theatre?
Well, there is.
Because if you want to demonstrate, as you have sought with art exhibitions and so on, levels of attendance, and that they're comparable, that would be an obvious way of doing it.
Well, I didn't really demonstrate that in my opinion. It's you who thinks I did.
Can we?
So what Mr. Baker's getting at is documentation of the level of use, and you said you don't need to demonstrate that. Is that right?
That was an art.
Where it's clear that the level of use is so light, it's of no consequence. I'd say finding evidence where you had 10 or 40 people attending an event doesn't seem to me to get anything of consequence.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that.
Okay, well, they
And would it have mattered, just pursuing that point a little bit further, would it have mattered if the arithmetic was somewhere in the range between 40 and 20, the upper end of yours, and 180, which was the intention and aspiration of the design? Would that have a difference matter?
for the number of people attending a silent film, is that what you said?
Yes.
But I don't think the number of people attending a silent film, whether it was 40 or even if it's 180, would have any relevance to adverse impact on residential community if that's what you're getting.
That is right, Mr. Gray, that just can't be right in terms of people visiting the property, coming to it, leaving it, talking, doing all the things that ordinary people are able to do. That simply cannot be right. You're on affirmation.
So the level comparable for a low once a year? No, I don't think that's something that could be reliable. The two local pubs have been closed down.
I don't know about pubs, I want to hear about thinking, and I want to hear about
Well, I think
what you're saying about how important that level of visitors is.
once a year, I didn't consider it a matter that would require meticulous recording.
But it's not once a year, because we know in 2019 the idea was for a programme, and we know in 2020 on your own material, although you don't tell us how many shows there would be, the intention was to host a free daytime theatre at Rock Valley.
It wasn't once a year, it was probably once a decade. We're not doing another Potemkin Theatre. The Potemkin Theatre has been taken down. It was a proof of concept. It was running for the duration of the proof of concept, which was the short summer season. The only other potential use was the following summer, and that didn't materialise. Would you really suggest I should have spent a long time?
It's not for you to ask the questions. Don't do that.
Okay, so no, I didn't think it was relevant, given the extremely light use of the word.
Yeah. Now, we need to therefore think about the way that that was expressed in your proof of evidence. If we go to page 29, paragraphs 102 and 103 come under the subheading material versus incidental uses.
Sorry, paragraph again?
102 and 103.
That's my proof of evidence.
Yeah, you got it.
That'll be in the exhibit, is that right?
No, you do that. Just take a minute.
Oh, paragraph. I thought you said page.
So page 29.
Yeah.
Paragraph 102 and 103.
Yeah.
So here your discussion is about using the premises as a cinema.
Yeah.
You say it's the most fanciful of all the claims.
Yes.
You say it's pure speculation.
Yes.
You say later on, quoted what council, as in its appeal statement, in the advertising material related to the site, it also too clearly advertises the cinema use. And that's factually correct, isn't it?
No.
No? All right, well, that's not correct.
Well, just take me to the advert. It was your allegation.
Well,
Sorry, can you take the question again?
yes. When Mr. Harney read the you will recall, he was taken to a document that showed the webpage of Hoxton jobs.
Yeah.
And what that showed, amongst other things, was that the uses that were available at the site included a cinema use.
Is that a question to me?
He's helping me understand.
I'm happy to enlarge.
Right, can you continue?
Yes.
I want to
So,
go back to the question then.
so on that basis,
Well,
Mr.
I'd like to see the documents.
Yes.
Can you go back?
I don't want to do that. I just want to take you through what you were saying so that it's great to make sure I followed it correctly.
Yes. You're reciting the council's material here, where the council said in the advertising material related to the site, it also clearly advertises the cinema use. Now, on what Gray told us, and we've got the officer's report where it refers to that is clearly true. Yes or no?
No,
Okay.
that is clearly untrue, Mr. Lane.
Okay.
That is what you were told very clearly, by Harley Orr, was a list of possible events that could be hosted if they desire materials from a prospective event. So, the idea that that can be presented as a cinema is pure fantasy. It was fabricated.
Well,
So I do believe you're correct of the document because it's advertised as the past tense.
If you know where the advert is,
It's at the back of Mr. O'Connor's proof, and it's something from 2012. And it's the current tense is advertising as opposed to advertised.
Well, firstly, it's not
just wait a minute, please. It's Appendix 6, the first page has got the Twitter page, Hoxton Docs, where it gives a description of Canal Side Aerospace, Cultural Arts, Dining, Performance, Film, Photography, Fashion, Theatre. Is this the advert?
yes.
So it's not an advert. And then what it lists is certain cultural activities that could be presented. Should somebody wishing to hire the space for an event come along to do so? Are you saying?
Hang on, you're not asking questions. So it says there, film. What was meant by the inclusion of the word film in that description of the static page?
What was meant was that if somebody should want to hire the space, and as part of the event that they wanted to run, they wanted to show a film, it would be possible within the process.
So your evidence, if I can help move us along here, is that this is indicating there was the potential for film showing at what's known as Hoxton Docs. It's not an indication of what actually happened at Hoxton Docs.
That's correct. And of course, it all relates to
Mr. Beckham, does that assist with where you
So,
does that help?
that's very
My point was that the witness was asked about a script from the planning authority's case, which is that the appeal site is currently advertising, advertises as in the present tense. And my point is this document is from 2012.
And Mr. Davis,
This is from 2012.
That's the date on it.
we confirm that there's no solution to take it.
Well, it's saying that they're currently advertising the cinema.
a list of cultural activities is not what we said here, advertised as a cinema. If you advertise something as a cinema, you would expect to be able to look up the program and buy a ticket to attend the cinema. So this is
film is not the same as cinema, is what you're saying.
if you're listing the cultural activities that are available and saying that somebody wishing to show a film could potentially do so, that's very different to advertising itself as a cinema. And it's being able to be in a industry.
I think I've understood the point, so can we move on?
So we expect or read the terms in which you criticise the local authorities' approach to managing paragraphs 1 and 2 and 1 and 3. My two simple points to you that arise from that is you criticise them as having fanciful ideas which are good speculation. It was in your gift to provide a primary evidence in relation to how often contemporary theatre was used by reference to the particular sales. Yes, that would be.
Yes, but it was equally in their gift to make the inquiries as is they are obliged to do under the planning policy guidance.
That leads on to my interestingly, that leads on to your second question. You accept the purpose of this, the burden of proof is on you.
Well, the legal questions, we know quite well what it is on ground D. In fact, the burden is on the decision maker on ground A. But it's a legal question. Whatever my client answers, it's not going to alter where the burden lies.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's do it. Let's move on.
Thank you. Page 3 of your proof of evidence, paragraph 12. Now, this is the way that you describe the position. Over a period of about 15 years, between the late 1990s and 2012, Tannery Arms gradually shifted its operation from the Tannery site to wharves, as Tannery's underwent complete restoration of all the Today's use of the wharves is very little removed from the vision of Tannery Arms and Shiva sites.
Hang on, you directly.
Yeah, sorry. Page 3, paragraph 12.
Yeah, sorry.
And you were talking about the 2001 application that you made for a multi-art complex for the production and display of arts, providing a venue for occasional exhibitions, performances, and events. So, is your evidence that for the period 2001 to 2010, what the inspector is essentially looking at is somewhere which was producing a display of arts, providing a venue for occasional exhibitions, performances, and events?
Which particular aspect of that are you asking for? Whether it was occasional exhibitions or with precise combination? The broad combination of activities is very similar now to what was proposed there. Is that a sufficient answer?
It is a sufficient answer if you agree with me that your evidence in paragraph 12 is accurate where you said a multi-art complex for production and display of arts, providing a venue for occasional exhibitions, performances, and events. Your own evidence is expected to be accepted as being true and accurate.
I don't know what you should do to the it's certainly what you're correct, yes, but let me scrutinise it to say that what is the merger is a tendency to want to give undue emphasis to one aspect or another doesn't lead to justification.
Again, so we do have the
Multi-art complex, the production and display of arts, that is certainly true, providing a venue for occasional exhibitions, performances, and events. I think that, yeah.
And
Sorry, just a second.
yes.
Sorry, Mr. Cotton, what are you saying?
what the 2001 application proposed and what is related in this paragraph as to what it proposed is a document.
Sorry,
The description of what was said in the 2001 application is in the papers before you,
Yes.
because that's what this last sentence is referring to, is what the 2001 application said.
Today's use of the walls is very removed from the Tannery Arts machine, the site. So today's use is the same as the 2001 use, is what this is telling me.
It's not the same. Okay, I'll leave it to you.
So I understand why Mr. Collins is interrupting. You also use the whole witness, and you have
I say that the documents speak for themselves.
If what you're asking is whether the A3 use in the original application, if you were direct about what you appear to be the unstructured copy, it would help a lot to make. If you're trying to answer the question, okay, well,
Please stop. So you said it's pretty accurate where you intended to description a multi-arts complex with a production and display of art providing a venue for occasional exhibitions, performances, and events. That's your description of what's going on the appeal site when the notice was served, and you said that's pretty accurate. Is that right?
It is right, but the important point of the other application, which is why it's really rather devious to try and present it as an endorsement or an affirmation of an identity between them, is that the police don't
It's not acceptable to suggest that I'm asking a question in a devious way, and I won't have it. It's not acceptable.
I think we've disregarded what he said in that respect, so don't worry too much.
The key point, and I really think that probably failed actually to get back to the 2005 application, because what was acknowledged at the time, and is explicit in the decision letters, is that the A3 element of that application was the only element that the applicants acknowledged there was any need for. And so, in the way this question is being asked, if it's suggested that yes, and I mean, I can hear Mr. Begley's closing speech right now suggesting that what we should look at is the A3 element of that application, which was the only aspect that and I really think we need to look closely at that application.
I don't agree with you. I think what you're saying is that Mr. Begley is trying to do a comparison between what's going on the IPCO site to what was proposed in the 2001 application.
Because the A3 is different, and it is absolutely expressed in that application. And it's an important piece of evidence for us, in fact, that that was where there was a contemplation of A3. It was granted at the time, but it was never introduced. And so by phrasing the question and not actually presenting the document live, it's clearly presented as an acknowledgement that...
so if I were to look at this document regarding the A3s from 2001, I don't know that I want to do that. What am I going to see? What is the point?
Well, you're going to see the inspector actually acknowledging that the application was coming from Tannery Arts in collaboration with me, but it was for the introduction of something that was new to the site, insofar as there was an A3 element. So,
how many colours are we talking about? What size restaurant?
At that time,
yes.
It was a modest cafe, I'd say.
What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know.
It's over 100, 200,
I imagine, I'm guessing it's a long time ago. But from the space and from the concept at the time, it was a kind of cafe where you might expect a maximum of 50 people, probably rather less.
Can you recall what part of the site it was on?
Yes, it was all located in the northwestern part.
Northwestern part, just where the big doors are.
That's right.
A single story building.
That's right.
Cafe occupied northwest.
That's right. Well, not occupy the whole building. I think
you said the whole building. You mean the whole northwest?
Yeah, the whole northwest section. No, the intention was to provide a display space. I really think it would be most helpful to take a look at.
How long did you do you know when this is?
I think it's one. I think it's one.
To what?
Appendix 1, it's appendix 2.
Sorry.
Appendix 1.
It's appendix 2 to appendix 1.
You're looking at the one.
That's it.
Right, so you've got Susan's, Simpson's, appeal decision.
Yeah.
Is there a plan?
About
Page
12. It's not happening, but it's
We've also got the officer's report, site visit notes.
That's not that's not
So there you can see a floor what happens in that space is that the roof, which is currently not so not capable of high loads, will be reinforced, so that it will be capable of providing a more robust floor. And it has, you can see a small cafe at the northwest corner of the building, which
The area labelling.
yes.
So it doesn't really need that space, which is a joy.
Then there will be an event space and an exhibition area and an open courtyard. That was the intention for the ground floor. And then there's a small addition in the location of the platform, the location of the telecom.
This is ground rule, the tenant can come into it. Tenant is on the roof.
Yes, there was the only additions to the building in terms of volume was a small area which could be seen on.
Can you go back 4 feet? Is a elevation. That's that.
So there was roof extension.
Yes, just over the small area that projects out to us.
What will the roof extension for?
I think that's it's really good roof that was intended to be correct. So it would be effectively a studio for a guest artist concept. But what I think is probably the very important thing, in addition to demonstrating the sizes of the size of the area, is the decision notice which refers to that.
Is the decision notice for this 2001 application?
Yes,
So this is the inspector's decision?
yes, 2005.
It's nice about those choices.
And the important point is that paragraph 4.
Paragraph starts the underlying plan, which was only required for the APM proposal.
Exactly. In other words, all the other activities on that site at that time, which were district art, were already there. And so this is important evidence, we say, for us, that actually the council were all clear dated when this was submitted. And of course, although this was determined only in 2005, it was submitted in 2001 at a point where the applicant, Canary Arts, and of course in collaboration with Chief, was firmly of the view that all other activities involved in that application, namely the display of art and the production of art, were already part of the site. So hence, only the N3 proposal required consent. So it is then said the inspector went on and flagged up to them that if they had some problem with the display of art, then there was this, however, as consent has been applied for the whole of the because I tend to see the appeal.
Paragraph you want, sorry?
We're still on paragraph 4. In so doing, we will not prejudice the appellant's right to seek a formal determination of the 1990 Act as to whether planning permission is required for the other uses specified. Now, of course, what that demonstrates is, in our opinion, no such application for such certificate is necessary. But
no, that's not what it is. I know that's not what it is. The inspector's saying I don't have a decision on what I've been given. Actually, he's not saying it means these things are lawful.
I'm not
to do that.
saying prohibiting that. I'm saying what follows from that is that the local authority received, of course, a copy of this decision against them. They knew it was an open question. They knew from our point of view it was a closed question in the sense that we already had the display and production of art in full process by 2000.
And the development proposed is described in the application by the community as a change to fine art exhibition space, restaurant and bar, event space, and movements for barges. Nothing about production.
Well, it's
art exhibition.
Well, an exhibition space.
There's art exhibition. Sorry, I mean, let me be clear. What are you trying to say this appeal decision proves?
What it proves is that at that time, in 2000, the use of the site was established from the point of view, certainly, of the occupiers.
And that use was?
The production and display of art.
Doesn't say production of art, does it?
Well, studios. I think the studios were even admitted by the other side. Sorry, where is the reference to the?
If I can help, you're saying this appeal decision tells us what was carried on at the site at that time.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to say that that wasn't true, because if the inspector felt it was true, she was there.
Yes, she left it open, and she, of course, quite reasonably, she didn't want to need to take a position on that. But what it was is notice to the council that if they had a problem with that, they could have spoken about it in 2001 when they received the application.
Okay, we'll go on to it.
Thanks. Point to rise on that, Mr. Gray. There was no application for a certificate of lawful use following for any of the uses that were subject or the art production site. Correct?
Correct.
You understand what the purpose of that certificate would be for
Well, if there was no interest in the part of the council in obstructing the display of art, then it would be no useful.
Yes, Mr. Gray, you understand that certificate of certificate.
I don't think that.
Okay, you can't put that in my mind.
Okay. All right. In relation to this earlier point in time, the inspector was dealing plainly with the material proof. This inspector in relation to your assertion that the premises are being used in a certain way at a certain time. That evidence is not before this inspector. Why not?
Sorry,
Yes, I understand.
Plainly, there was some material where search on behalf of the applicant put forward that uses, including artist studio and all the other parts that were not being through, were already lawful. That's his case.
There was no argument about it, so it was not.
Mr. Gray, there is an argument about it now. We're dealing with a portion of time which has
Only
become.
20 years later.
So, yeah, you've got 2,000 pages of evidence. Where is the evidence that was in front of this inspector in support of your contention that all of these uses were already lawful? It's obviously critical if you were going to rely on it, you thought to persuade evidence.
The council can't produce planning applications for 2 years ago.
That's no answer. That's a
whether or not we have it, I believe there is something. But the idea that suddenly this is a decisive issue is quite a ridiculous proposition. So,
you also have a ground deal, and I don't agree.
the only, all the, 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 the I believe we actually have it. So if I can try and recover that, or that some material, we certainly don't have all. We do have that, and the point the bit I rely is it was quite clear to the inspector, and the only bit I rely on in that respect is that we know the uses that were anticipated. What we also know that there was nothing that currently troubled the council in respect of those uses. Because the inspector had helpfully flagged up that this was not, there was not immediate evidence that this was a permitted use. We never thought that that was controversial.
Your point is, if the council was bothered about what's going on at the site, it knew about it as early as 2001 to 2005.
Exactly, nothing more complicated than that.
Okay.
In relation to this decision matter, which you rely on, we can see the reference. If you look at paragraph 11 of the inspector decision, dealing with the appeal premises, and it's not clear whether there's meant to be a reference to the whole, to the part, more particularly the subject of the application. Give you the benefit of that point.
Thank you.
Paragraph 11, what the inspector says about that area, the appeal premises is located in the northwestern corner of the London and is currently used for the storage of various buildings. So that's the use that that area being put to as at the time of this decision in 2005.
Yes.
Thank you. When did that use start in that sense?
That was a rotating use that could have been changed many times.
Are you able to, should we have meant it? I don't want to, are you able to?
No, I've given a description of how that space is flexible, actively used. I explained it on the site. I certainly want to help you with how it years ago and how long ago.
Thank you. So that's my question. You can't say when that actual laptop sort of ceased. This is for building materials. This is not for artists.
Building materials and artist materials are very often the same.
No, the inspector said building materials. That's clear.
Do you think the inspector would admit to
It's not for you to answer the question. So, paragraph 11 says, currently used for storage of various building materials. She's talking about Canberra Wharf. She's described it as being in the northwestern corner. The address of this legal decision is 53 Liverpool Street, not 55. So I take from this that the inspector saying that corner of the site is used for storage of various building materials.
Well, to the extent that they're identified as specifically building materials, I'd say that you check well. Not material, but there would have been other things happening there that would have been artist material.
Not material, is she right?
Yes, building materials that you, out of which certain artwork could be built. Yes, there would have been building materials there, undoubtedly part of the maintenance of the building, for example.
So I've noted that building materials could be artist materials as a move on.
We move on to the planning applications that have been made over time and told us about your general level of involvement. So I want to look at some specific ones. Can we turn to appendix 1? I hope it's appendix 10 and say pages 481 to 484.
Appendix 10 at page
481. Using the pagination at the top. Witness statement of Mr. You got it.
yes.
So if we start with paragraph 5, paragraph 4 deals with what we were just looking at. In paragraph 5, application 2005-0414. Next paragraph, application 2006-1975. And then this statement is made by Mr. O'Connor that on whom the vote is sent. In all subsequent applications made at this site, so after those two, Mr. Russell Gray or Sheila Limited, the company under your control, have been registered as the applicant. Is that right?
I would imagine yes.
And for application 2015 through 405, we can get Mr. Gray as the applicant. But again, the appointment set that right?
Yeah.
And then for all the other applications that we're about to look at, she was on the registered agent. Yes?
Yes, I mean, it's not in terms of this I can look at them, but if not, it's entirely possible that those different entities were the applicants. So, you really want me to check them?
No.
Okay, fine. Well, obviously I didn't memorize exactly who made which application, but it's very likely that those are correct. I've got really well.
Thank you. Paragraph 8. And just before we get on to it, because of your oversight of these planning applications, which you told us that, you want to ensure the material that is accurate to the local planning authority.
That doesn't mean I would remember. I run a substantial company. I have more to do
Yes,
than memorize, commit to memory who was selected as the appropriate applicant for individual applications. It's not helpful.
But your own answers. I get that from busy man, you can't be sure that actually
Can I just say very late?
Very good.
Is that not good enough?
You sought to ensure the accuracy. Yes, that's good enough for me.
Right.
So when we look first at application 2014-0042, stated the private use of the site to be offices and studios, and the proposed use to be offices, no change in use. And you're going to accept, I suspect, that that's a correct recitation of the record of what those applications did show.
Which one?
Just read it, Mr. Gray. Paragraph 8, application 2014-0042. Use, existing use, offices, studios, proposed use, offices, no change in use. Accurate.
I don't know. We'll have to get the applications if you want to confirm. So, I mean, you're clearly trying to get at something. If you told me what you were trying to get at.
that's not about firms.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Okay.
It's not fun, but you know,
Yeah.
Well, the witness is asked to go through the document.
I'm not going to go through each of these documents. Mr. Gray,
We're going to be here for days in this way.
Well,
We're being honest, it wasn't correct for it to describe the studios and they're going to check.
this is in your own evidence. This is not coming from the council's evidence. You put this material into your statement base. Is it factually wrong?
It's not factually wrong.
Thank you.
So it's not
Factually wrong. They will be completed with the best application of their ability by somebody other than me. And therefore, could a mistake ever be made? Yes.
Could a mistake ever be made? But
They are.
With respect,
no, you cannot have repeated interruptions of cross-examination.
just to help you, sir, that there is a statement here from Mr. I've got a copy of it. It exhibits all the planning applications in consecutive orders. It's a large document with all the consecutive, so you don't have to hop around all the documents. You may be assisted by a copy, by being provided with a copy.
Okay, let's do that, but we are going to be here for days if we're going through the material like this. This was charged as a 4-day inquiry, and that was us being really generous. And we're just going to be here for ages.
Well, there's also a lack of precision because the witness confirms that what is said on the document is probably correct. But the underlying question that's not being asked by no friend is whether that in reality reflected what was going on at the premises.
With respect to the question, right, that's the first
Just give me the reference for the document.
The 2014 application.
Where do I find it?
I've got it in appendix 10, page 275.
Okay, well, you have a list of what they were saying. That has the advantage now of looking on reference, so I know what the application is. Which would make that a lot easier, because at least on the law application, and I could say that some.
Appendix 24.
Is it appendix 10?
Well, I'm bettered by Mr. Lascaran at this. I probably it's in two places. I'll go to appendix 24 just to check.
Well, appendix 24 told me that you seem to be talking about an application that was the installation of 3 new painted steel doors, 2 steel painted windows, 1 full white stainless steel door.
Listen, Mr. Cottle, where am I looking? Where do I go?
As I say, I've got a consecutive pad of all the applications, all neatly attached to Mr. O'Connor's proof.
Mr. O'Connor's proof.
This proof that you're being referred to by my learned friend has exhibits which entire planning history in chronological order.
Yeah, which were there to be checked.
And it might help you just to have all the documents in one place, nice and consecutive. It's very neat.
I've got Mr. O'Connor's proof.
And the exhibits to it are the entire collection of planning.
We did it.
It went in on the 28th of August 2020 to the High Court. That's right, yes.
Mr. Appendices, Mr. O'Connor's proof is the 6th.
The statement that you're being referred to at the moment is the one in the bundle to the High Court from Mr. Patrick O'Connor, and the paragraph that you were being
So
taken.
not Mr. O'Connor's proof.
It's the statement that he was.
Sorry. Not Mr. O'Connor's proof to this inquiry. Something else. Okay, so okay, all right. Well, this is driving me mad. I've never had to navigate so many documents. Such excruciating.
Can I see if I can what I now have, which is completely irrelevant. I had a number, I now have a description. I therefore know what the application is. It seems I might be able to
Mr. Begley was suggesting that you describe inside offices / studios in the application. Which application is it?
This is application 2014-0042.
Well, this relates to one building. This relates to the northeast building. So if we're talking about that site, office studios is a fair enough description.
Thank you. Now, before we carry on, because of something that Mr. Cole I'm going to read back to the answer that you gave me. That's a very clear question. In relation to the likely accuracy of these planning applications that were going in under your machine, you said that you were very likely to have ensured their accuracy. Are you content with that, Mr. Begley? Remember that?
Yes.
Right, good. Let's go across the page from 483 to 484.
Yeah.
Application 2014-0709 stated the change of use of the site in offices, studios, and time application was submitted. Design and access statement confirmed no change of use was proposed. Correct.
It's better.
You can look at it. it if you want.
Oh, that's the extension of the stairwell. Yeah, if I knew what the applications were, that's why I'm suggesting I need to cross-refer. But the extension of the stairwell and the projection of railings did not occasionally change use. It was on the southwest.
Yeah, and the existing uses were accurately stated.
Sorry?
The existing uses were accurately stated within that planning.
And if they were stated as offices and studios, yeah.
Yeah. 200944, this is paragraph 10, stating use of the site to be offices and studios. At the time the application was submitted, additional photograph demonstrating being on office use, again correct. 2014. Moving on to 2015, this is the application made, as it were, specifically for you, paragraph 12, 2015 3405. Planning permission for construction of 2-bedroom rooftop dwelling house prototype for a temporary period of 2 years at 53 Brown Street, the station use of 53 Brown Street was office studio use on the ground floor and residential use on the first floor. Again, accurate. 2016, paragraph 13, application 2016-1661. Use of the building, again, this is 53 Brown Street. Use of the building, again, stated as office studio use on the ground floor, 2 residential use on first floor. Correct. And so this is very similar for, say, 2537. So that's the way that whole plan has been consistently described in a whole series of planning applications. So this is sort of construction, correct?
Yes, we're part of the building.
Well, 53 of them there in the last chart.
Well, we designated, I thought, central, north central, south.
Can you tell me? 53 of them Street, why are you using it as drawing?
So that's something that appears on various records, but then specific. All these changes either as the north or south or the west of the south. Well, we did in the second common ground, we produced a plan for building because it would be helpful to refer to it by those law.
Wait, I have no saying on a common ground signed by both parties to that. No, there is not. I'm not even looking at it because it's not signed. If it's not signed,
There was a submission I made to the council, I think the Writers Society, that they did make contributions. So
but it's not really, it's just no point in it.
I thought it was a useful document, anyway, but it does have that planning. And if the plan was brought out in the document,
As soon as you pull it a draft submitted by the appellant, which is his proof.
So, right, when we, closing this issue off, when we talk about, as you did, in paragraph 12, we will approve development, occasional exhibitions, performances, and events. What we can agree as a matter of language is that that is not continuous and uninterrupted use of the site.
what is it?
Well, occasional is a word that you might quite obviously use in contradistinction to a use that was continuous and uninterrupted. Is that
No.
Sorry, question again?
the use of the word occasional in the phrase, occasional exhibitions, performances, and events, which is your paragraph, is something that you might fairly and robustly contrast with the idea of continuous and uninterrupted use of those.
If you're running a theatre and you put on theatrical performance in seasons, it's not continuous and uninterrupted. So events that occur on a regular basis necessarily continuous and uninterrupted. A restaurant closes for a summer holiday. It's not a continuous and uninterrupted restaurant, but it doesn't cease to use as a restaurant.
The inspection, the address and closing submissions.
Well, no doubt we will, but clearly your attempt to use words that are very
If I can try and understand this point. So you're saying that something is closed, it doesn't mean the use has ceased.
Yes, yeah.
So like your example of a restaurant closing over some food, it just happened, doesn't mean the use has ceased.
Yeah, or a gallery is very, very typical because the gallery will put on show. And then there might be a lapse of some weeks, perhaps, or next year, or
Changing execution, for example.
Particularly performance-based, there will be a season of a particular performance. The stage will still be there, the venue will still be there, and only when the next performance is booked and presented, and so the entertainment world of all that's there's a discontinuity. So continuous and uninterrupted, I say, is not a helpful description.
Have I understood the point? Okay.
Thank you, sir. So turning now to the residential uses, and I just want to make sure I've got the chronology correct. If you move to appendix 10, page 2.2, just in case you want to check, but more understanding is that the first introduction of residential uses to this site occurred as a result of the granting of planning permission on 2nd of June 1998.
That's right.
So after that was granted, are you able to report roughly when any necessary works were done when people actually occupied the land on a residential basis for the first time?
Like which line are you intending to?
So the first one.
Oh, yeah.
And you want to know when the first works took place?
And that's more important, when the premises were first occupied on a residential basis. Just roughly, not that much.
Oh, many years later, they were occupied. The first works were very soon after.
Oh, right, but that may start with the in relation to when the works took place. Are you suggesting that the work took place very shortly after instead of granted?
Yes.
Right. So if we were giving it a year, would you say that it happened something, there's 6 months of 1998 left? Would the works have happened in 1998?
Quite likely. But certainly within a year, I would say 2 years maximum.
So I'm looking at conversion of first floor into 2 living room. Date of decision, 2nd of June 1998, granted. And you're saying the works of conversion took place soon after, and by that you mean within 1998, following you?
Yeah, within 1998 and 1999, the first works, but they were then interrupted.
Interrupted. The works were interrupted.
Yes.
What by?
Other things that deflected our attention to elsewhere. So that one I didn't remember specifically.
Are you referring to some specific event that I'm aware of?
Oh, now I'm talking about the actual construction process, which had a long lapse.
Sorry, who was the 6 to 12 months?
You asked when work started. I told you when the work started.
So when
I think
were
that's when it would be.
when were those living room units?
Completely. Not until I think 2011, I'd say 2010 or shortly after 2011.
So there's a hiatus in these works between 1991 and about a decade.
About a decade?
Alright. It's not mentioned anywhere in the evidence, Mr. Gray. It might be an interesting fact to mention.
Why is it perfect?
Well, let me tell you what's right, Mr. Gray. When the inspector is considering whether or not to allow or be under he needs to look at a mixture of uses over the site, over the period of time we are interested in. And as a new material use of land, like residential use, is introduced where there was never a residential use before, that sets the enforcement running. So you need to show 10 years of that mixed use. So that's why this is important.
I don't think so. So certainly not my understanding of the position. So
What's your understanding of the position on this boundary?
as far as the residential component is concerned, there is no issue. It was a matter of express planning permission. It was taken in 1998, and it was implemented. And on the site visit, of course, we all took a look at the residential units as proposed. I don't see that is part of the controls. There's never been the slightest indication that the local planning authority has some problem with the residential component. I think
Is that agreed?
Yeah, that's agreed.
that is it.
It's agreed you've got permission for a mixed use for office studios and residential accommodation.
But we didn't apply for mixed use for an office. We applied for conversion of some part of the site into residential.
And no one, Mr. Graves, has ever suggested that this is more than one planning unit.
Well, certainly occurred to me.
It's
I
kind
don't
of
think it's clearly going to be an argument, so I'm not sure I can contribute. But of course, my position was there was no controversy about that. If the introduction of residential had involved an application for a change of use of the entire site to a mixed use, I deny that was what.
So your view, and apologies if it sounds like I'm putting words in your mouth, I just want to understand where you're coming from. The space that I saw at the site visit Monday, which looked like 2 dwellings,
Yes, indeed.
and one is a 3-bed, one is a 2-bed. Your view is that they exist by virtue of an express grant of planning permission from 1998, which appears as a version of the first floor to 2 new dwelling units.
That's right.
Right.
That would be my understanding.
So there's no concern on your piece of what I saw on the first floor building.
Correct.
And I'll jump ahead to one of the questions I have for you for later, but I'll do it now. How are we accessed? Because when I go into we were given a tour of the inside. What I didn't appreciate, because I didn't know that they were there, was how you actually get into them. From the street.
Through the stairwell, from the door.
And dedicated access onto the street. They don't have to be accessed through any part of the other part of the site. You can go from home straight into the residential units. Is that right? That's right. Direct access from the street. But there is also access from that communal stairway into other parts of the building.
That's right.
Wait there a minute. When I look at the 2030 notice, the land that's identified, there's no mention of the floor levels. What I saw on here in terms of the residential component is definitely within that land. It's not in the allegation.
Not in the original draft, but of course it is in the review draft.
I've seen them, and I've got questions about it. So your position on round D, you have no worries about the residential component because of that express grant of condition for living work.
I might have a worry now that this is being raised as an issue, but it had never been raised before, and I didn't think there was any controversy.
I'm not raising it as an issue, I'm trying to understand your position.
Yeah, my position is I didn't think that there was any issue about that whatsoever.
It does have implications for track changes version of the enforcement notice and how it describes what is on the first floor of that will be. In my mind. You're nodding, yes,
I don't profess understand why that's now an issue. However, my position was I didn't believe there was any issue.
And I don't believe there's an issue from the way that the planning authority opened the case in the High Court either, that there's a residential element in use of these premises.
For the site visit, I could not understand what was the residential element. Having read about River House, Beach House, didn't know what was referred to in the description of residential that I read in the evidence. It's becoming clearer, if that makes sense. Where I'm getting at is it has implications for the notice. Okay, can we move on?
Yes. Mr. Gray, I do need to know that just for accuracy of chronology, broad terms, you said there was a decade in work being completed. So it's a best real when the works completed first of all.
I just said that. It was from 2010 within a year or a couple of years I was ready.
So about 2011, 2012.
Yeah, compared with the long hiatus, a relatively short period.
But just in, as I said, not a very test in claiming it shouldn't be. But these years of becoming more recent, we're talking about a decade ago, are you able to tell us whether or not those works were completed in either 2011, 2012, or 2013? Or it's somewhere in that region of 3 years?
I can't tell you without going back to records. It's not
from
something I don't
recollection.
have any reason to commit to now.
And then in terms of occupation, again, broadly at the time.
I'm not sure whether all this is going, so we have got plenty of issues to deal with. This is not something that's before you.
Well,
There
occupation
was a
was
lot of evidence yesterday that people might not wonder where it's going.
The question about occupation.
My question about occupation does have
I want to get
yes, but the reason those works were resumed was because there was a potential use for it and there was the resources available to do it. So once it did resume, it worked through, not particularly expediently, up to a condition in which it could be occupied, and it was. So when I said 10, 11, from 2010 to 2013, that region, it would have been both the resumption of the work and the occupation at the end of those works.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the connection between those residential units and the other areas of the land, the inspector will report that there was that room, in fact, both of the dwellings had open into, which was used potentially to move materials into the dwellings and out of the dwellings.
It would allow some.
What do we refer to that space as on the site visit?
I called it loading.
A loading area.
Moving on to the formal exhibitions that took place on the land, and here you've produced a list of the exhibitions that took place. There we go. I think you've got the description, in fact, page 6 of your print evidence, paragraph 21.
Sorry,
Page 6.
Page 6.
Paragraph 21. Yeah. You tell us the first formal exhibition in the drawing room was 2003. Now, I think we will find your list, as it were, your consolidation of these events that we looked at yesterday at page 142.
Sorry, I'm just supplementary with the paragraph, correct.
You let me know when it is.
Yeah, and we go up to page, paragraph 6, or was it page 6?
Page 6, paragraph 21.
Okay, yeah.
And so we see that the first formal drawing room exhibition in that location took place in 2003. And then within appendix 9 to the statement of case, starting at page 110,
Yeah.
we have your consolidated list of those exhibitions.
Yeah.
And so as we work our way through that list, what we can see is that in relation to the first formal exhibition in 2003, that's page 111, that was 3 days on from understood how to take the workshop, 9th to the 11th of May.
These are taken directly from the records of the drawing. So,
Yes.
if you're asking you need to specifically add to records, I would say thank you.
Right. And so therefore, if I were to take that first entry relates to 3 days of exhibitions.
I would say that's to 11th May. This is 3 days.
Then if we move forward to 2004, noting that the last exhibition in 2003 finished on the 23rd of November. After that, there's a reference to a touring exhibition. Is a touring exhibition, unless it's one where you've got a specific date for the premises, is it one that was created there but then went elsewhere?
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the last entry on page 111, 2003, touring exhibition. See, it doesn't have date, which makes me think that it was actually being exhibited at that location.
My guess is it was touring, but also being pushed on at the gallery.
You think it would be pushed on where?
At the gallery.
At the gallery as well.
It was a gallery. That's what this is all about. Some 10 years ago, there was a gallery.
So what
That gallery was in the Olympic shed. And I'm referring therefore to that gallery.
Just want to be clear about this again, under affirmation, where there are entries here that say touring exhibition do not have date, you are telling the inspector, nevertheless, those were in fact exhibitions.
I didn't run the exhibition. What I was telling you was I read the words, and if you want any insight out of me, what I can do is give you the benefit of my knowledge of how I read.
Yes.
What I suggest is, at a reading of that, my guess is what occurred is that there was a touring exhibition. At some point, it was displayed in the drawing room gallery.
Right, so you think the beach pose was at some stage which this table doesn't tell us, displayed on that?
I think that's the logical conclusion from what's said.
We look at 2004, and what we can see in 2004, if you're wrong about that point about Tory, then there was a 3-month gap before the 19th of February to the 28th of May, where we had a kind of blitz, and then we have a 6.5-month gap through to October. That's just a matter of chronology, we can agree. Yes?
I mean, is there really any point asking me to tell you how long will it be March and October? I really know what the law months. Yes, I accept, but I vouch for the date if that is.
And so if the inspector were to conclude, for example, that one day, 14th of October, what he thought to be incidental to using the premises as arts and studios, and in fact, when we get to 2005, February and March, there's a 10.5-month gap between the event of the 28th of March 2004 and further into 2005.
I very much doubt that it was a one-time execution. So it looks like there's been an error as to the length of the execution. It's quite possible that this was compiled out of the information that announced an execution. But it might have been openly, it might have been the first date on which the exhibition was named to be open. It's not likely. All I think, Mr. David, if you want my knowledge that I can contribute in terms of understanding what's recorded here on the table is most likely to be reflected because of the greater understanding of how they work. I can give you that. I can't give you yours. Now, if you want that, you have to be clear as to what you're actually trying to establish. That's it.
Who compiled this statement?
I believe it was Ravi here from documents that are actually exhibited separately. So I don't think either I or Ravi would guarantee that typos.
But you suspect that 14th of October is wrong in as much as it was probably for a longer period of time.
No, I've never known a Monday exhibition.
If we go to,
It's referred to on page 132.
trying to do it swiftly. If we look at 2006, what we can see are there are only 3 events in 2006. Again, if we count back to 2004, we have a 4-month gap between the last event of 2005 and then between May to June and October, November, we have a 3-month gap there. Again, those are just massive. 2007, we again have 3 events with breaks of months between certain what's occurring. Now, in relation to the first formal exhibition that you referred to in 2003, this table that was put together on your behalf was drawn from a website that the drawing room operates, correct? A website that the drawing room operates.
Predominantly, there was some communication with the drawing room for certain amount of clarification. I think what happened is they said that the website was the best way to reference their exhibitions at the site, and therefore that was the resource. I can check if you want.
No, there's no suggestion here that it is for the inspector that there was any supplementing by other individuals in the drawing room of the material that we're looking at in a evidence.
Sorry,
There's no suggestion in the existing evidence that we have that this table was drawn in any other way than relying on the written material which is exhibited from the drawing room web pages. Correct.
I just told you, if you want to know exactly how it was compiled, I know there was a communication with Telegraphs. If I recall, what that said was, there's a list of our events at that on the website that will be your designated drawing. As I recall, whether there were further inquiries, whether we referenced the press, because of other things that have been reported in the press, I will be getting them in because of this.
So you were told that whether it was the best place to look at this information, and that's excellent, at least primarily.
I asked others to do this.
Yes. And you're relying on it as your evidence because, as far as you are concerned, it's accurate, correct?
I had no reason to believe their website would record exhibitions that they didn't have, if that's your case.
If we look at the way the drawing room website sets out this information, we can see that in Appendix 9, page 125. Now, if you have that, you'll see the list of years under the word stretching from 2002 to 2020. And the relevant period that I think we're concerned with is 2002 to 2011, because then the drawing room moves on to us.
That's correct.
Right. And so you can see here the year 2003 identified. And then in the following page, by way of example, we have drawing 100 from 2003, and so it continues. And as far as I can work out from the following pages, what we have in years 2003 to 2011 is the front page doesn't work. So, for example, if you go to 133, you see that we're then in 2005. And then we have 2005 pages, and that's the way it looks in terms of the format.
That's a statement.
I am asking you to agree, and I'm hoping it's not controversial. Seems to me that you have both.
Well,
It's your website.
it's not my website.
It's a website that operated under the drawing.
Isn't the short point to look at the photographs of the exhibitions, and either the local planning authority accepts that those are photographs of exhibitions in the appeal site, or the planning authority is saying that those photographs are not of exhibitions in the appeal site?
That's correct. You have no idea. Yeah, to the material. Even if you're whether you put it in as your material,
I just told you how it was compiled. It was compiled with every reasonable care for accuracy. Quite obviously shows the building together, which uses what are you really trying to suggest? Are you asking me if is there some falsification of this material? Is that your question?
Am I to understand that what you've got here is a comprehensive record of the exhibits at drawing?
Exactly.
That
was what it was intended to be.
Asking about a comprehensive record of the exhibit.
Yes.
And the point of the comprehensive list.
There is one.
Sorry,
Don't say that. It's going to be really, and it's not happening, please.
So, Mr. Gray, in relation to this comprehensive list, which the inspector has recorded your evidence on affirmations for every reasonable care for accuracy of this material, my question is, why, when the years 2003 through to 2011 all appear in this exhibit, does 2002 not appear?
Why does 2002?
Not. Yes, it's here, you can see it. It's the first year.
My recollection was the opening in 2003. This would take me to where you were talking about 2002.
2002.
I know what 2002 is, I want to know what you're asking about it by reference to the document.
You're saying this is a comprehensive list of everything that took place at the lab over this period of time. 2002 is the first year that's there, and it's obviously a significant time. It's part of the extended period quite a lot. I'm asking you why there is no reference to 2002, why the 2002 pages haven't been printed.
Well, consider this right, but David's in this line here. You've got a display of what was relative to each year, and you're nothing to tell us what was in 2002. You want to know why.
Yeah.
Well, there's a letter here, page 183, it says, in 2003, the Royal Room started with a program in the country. And from 2002 onwards, artists such as Simon Harris and studios in Columbia. And they joined them up, Keith Wood, Wilson Madison, is your assertion that there were exhibitions in 2002?
I wouldn't know if you had any reason to expect more 2002, which is the only potentially relevant year that's.
But they said they started their program in 2000.
There was nothing in 2002, is that the point?
Unless there's been a mistake, they say they started in 2000. I've no reason to tell.
So,
And that's why I was started in 2003. Why is it to any relevance is what I'm trying to understand.
because if there weren't any exhibitions on land in 2002, then that means that there was a clear whole year maybe, where there were not exhibitions.
Between what?
In 2002.
What about 2000, 1999 and so on?
So I think it's better. But you'll say, and this is just what we think about, you'll say that the reason that 2002, of all of these years, hasn't been produced is because you don't want to rely on this, you don't want to rely on the drawing room to say that there were any exhibitions on the land in that.
This has been made clear. And it was only when the drawing room went into occupation on their own letter representation to be found in 2003. Drawing room started an exhibition program in Brunswick Ward.
So that's why there's nothing for 2002. It started in 2002.
Yes, so evidence of the years before take the form of only the evidence I've written that there were informal and not highly organised exhibitions that were taking place on that site and at London Bridge for some years previously. But in terms of clear documentary evidence, I've been very clear that it's once the much more institutionalized and regimented regime of the royal king. So, is there anything that's unclear about what we're saying?
No, that's perfect.
Good, very good.
So,
I don't believe that my own friend is actually challenging that these events took place. I thought the case was it doesn't add up to enough. So we're all agreed about the chronology.
yes, I wasn't really clear about 2002, and now I am.
But let's move on.
Mr. Grove. So therefore, before 2003, what we are reliant is your recollection for a period that is now 18 to 20 years away, where you are not producing any documentation to support when exhibitions took place, how long they were, and what the nature of those exhibitions
That's correct.
was. And the curiosity of that is, amongst other things, that it arises in circumstances where we know there is an inspector's decision matter, where you were articulating a case that in 2005 you did have some evidence along those lines. Well, we were looking, you were paying to point this out earlier when we were looking at the inspector's decision matter that you were suggesting by that stage these uses were already lawful. And here we are with an inspector who is to be persuaded around. And there's not a single document.
What did, well, there's a decision letter from Susan Simpson that I've seen, which is 2005, and there was an application in 2001. My lady friend needs to clarify. He was talking about 2005, the date of the decision letter.
2004.
What I said was, in 2005, Tannery Arts, the organisation of which the drawing room was part, were saying that the only new introduction that was brought about, or would be brought about by that application, submitted in 2000, was the introduction of the A300, from which it follows that the production of display aircraft was already established, as they already understood and argued as the inspector said. That means that certainly at the time that the appeal was heard, and certainly at the time that they were making representations directly to the inspector, this gallery had now been well established and had a well-documented program of exhibitions. If you're trying to draw something else out of that, tell me what it is.
Mr. Gray, that's not what it demonstrates. What it demonstrates is that that was what was being asserted on behalf of my simple point.
Asserted and evidence here, so please tell me what it is.
Getting it to the point that the inspector wasn't persuaded by that evidence at the time. It was an issue that didn't quite be addressed.
Well, whether the inspector was the authority, obviously were.
The point of present evidence is that for the period 2005 2013, over 7 years, you are not producing a single contemporaneous document, i.e. one of those times, to this inspector to demonstrate that there was some sort of continuous or uninterrupted use or indeed any other use for these purposes.
But what do you mean is 100 pages of the exhibit demonstrating the continuity this year?
From 2013.
You're saying from 2013, you read it. This table is from 2003 to 2011, when the
So, 2003 to 2011, I'm dealing with an earlier period of time, up to sorry.
It may be time to have a break.
The period of time is between any period earlier than 2002.
Well, we looked at an indication of the Pinocchio. This was the evidence that predates the formalization of the gap. Again, it's said so many times. There was very important influential shares held under tannery arts. Some at the tanneries, as it's known in London Bridge, and some in Brunswick Wharf. But at that point, they were casual, they were referred to, frequently they happened on the basis of, for example, I certainly remember the first exhibition there was by Patrick Brewer, probably referred to Smith, who came back in the form of Ron Museums and Dogs adverts some years later. He basically inaugurated the tannery again, which would have been about 94 or 95. by means of an exhibition where he simply said to me, can I use that as an exhibition? I said, well, fine, with these, it's in an unlimited place, that's what I want. So we had an exhibition in. I say to him, fine, Patrick, put on an exhibition, just invite me to the opening. That's what he did. Such exhibitions took place under the initiative of the artists themselves. People could have been very casual about it. They may or may not have got publicity of any consequence at the time. That's why it was not. So, my evidence was, what happened before is we were well established as a well-known, very alternative area, as you would say, in the London Bridge premises from about 1995. Some very influential exhibition actually happened. And the curator of the time, Stephen Hepworth, went on to become curator of Cuba. And what happened there was it was very informal, very casual, often organised at the artists' initiative themselves. It was a fashionable time in the art. Very much shared by the daily person tribute. And it was in that environment that the early exhibition program of Tannery Arts from mid-90s over at London Bridge to 2003, when it became formalised in drawing, it was in that kind of environment, in that kind of ethos, that there was a succession of exhibitions over those years. That's the reason that they're not subject to the same documentation.
So, two questions. I'm just confirming the position, making my correction to the date, which is important. That leaves in the position that prior to 2003, there is no contemporaneous documentation dealing with the date, duration, and nature of any of these exhibitions. Correct.
Well, none. You saw a list of some of the ones that have happened elsewhere, but very thin, I expect. The evidence you have on that is mine. You can believe it or not.
And if we look at how this is dealt with within your proof of evidence, we can see on page 6, paragraphs 19 to 21. That is a consequence of the absence of that kind of. Sorry, everybody just correct. Page 6,
Yeah.
19 to 21. So we can see that due to the absence of that kind of information, you deal with a period from 1994 through to 2003 in 3 relatively large paragraphs.
Yes, sorry about that.
And the last point on is that year of 2002, before 2003, before which there is no clear documentary evidence, is before the date of the inspector's decision in 2005, when you say that material was being presented to the inspector. That's the very material we don't have here.
It's been coming.
Sorry?
It's been coming.
Is that what's happened?
Yeah.
What?
I'm very sarcastic.
Don't, just waste time.
Well, it's a tremendous question. There's been no when if you want me to find that document, I did see something somewhere. I can see what was put in the application. In some document, I didn't well on it. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it was, but I do know it was part of the application as it was being put forward at some point. Given it lasted from 2001 through a lengthy period of frustration for Tannery Arts, and that application was not dealt with by me, it was by Chris Pauling, who you see photographed in the gallery. During that period, there would have been no doubt various documents produced in response to demands of the council. I suspect it's one of those. I don't know at that point point it came, and if it's of critical importance, I'm happy to go and find it for you, and I will produce it and see what it adds to the equation. Clearly, somewhere between 2001 and the formalisation of the drawing room in 2003, the initial concept, which was already clear at the time of the application, had been carefully formulated by Chris and Tannery Arts. At that point, a clear direction and an aspiration for the site had been formulated. It was frustrated over a period of 7 years while the planning application made such progress. It was then overtaken by events, and the formalisation of the gallery took the shape of the drawing room in 2003. If you want to know something very specific about between 2001, when the concept was involved and the application was made, and 2003, where we see its manifestation in the Tannery Gallery as it's now in detailed records, I could no doubt answer that if I thought it was relevant. If you can explain its relevance, I will do my best to find it. Does that help?
So it is over 2 hours now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 11:46. I'm going to take a break now until 10 past 12.
The reference that I gave you was Appendix 10, page 275 for that 2014 application. Was a correct reference. And the point is that this proof, this statement from Mr. O'Connor, you were taken to page 482.
Can we come back to this?
Right,
We'll come back, please. 10 past 12. Mr. Gray, you cannot speak to your team.
I don't know.
Have a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Page 271. Sorry, 275. I was slightly put off by your reference to Appendix 24. Same document. That is 2014-2901, which is exactly the same one as paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 on page 484. 483 is referring to 2014-0042. That is page 275, appendix 10. I can't just...
Am I just clearly on? Am I not allowed to talk to you?
You're allowed to talk to yes. What time did he come to back?
But everything else it goes, and I was very close. You're trying to get comments and
Right, welcome back, everybody. Mr. Cocker, just before I adjourned for that break, you were taking me to a reference, but it really was to open the break, so I'm comfortable. Can you take me back to what you were saying?
It was by reference to Mr. Connor's witness statement, paragraph 8, that referred to a planning application, 2014-0042. And I was merely pointing out that there were documents relevant to that application at Appendix 10-275. And when I had done earlier, there was a suggestion it was Appendix 24, not Appendix 10. And so I deferred to that, but Appendix 24 is just a sort of chronology rather than a complete capture of all the relevant documents. And so it is Appendix 10-275. It seems to have the best information in relation to that application. But it's a matter of closing submissions. I don't really need to turn to it might help you to have in closing submissions a table with an extra column that shows the planning applications and the page number and the various appendices. If you're looking for a particular application or documents relating to an application, you can easily find it without having to trawl for it yourself.
That sounds helpful. Someone to provide that.
That'd be useful.
Mr. Baker, can you take us back to where we got to? Before you do, your time estimate for cross-examination was 30 minutes. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. So I'm not necessarily criticising you, but I need to get a handle on how long this inquiry is going to take. Can you give me an indication of how much longer you might be in cross-examination?
So I will try to get us done by lunchtime. Certainly feel prepared to indulge with perhaps just a little after 1 o'clock.
Okay, that's helpful.
Because Sarah, we do need to make progress. Mr. Gray and I are having a vigorous debate back and forth, so it's fair to say, but I'll try and speak with you. Mr. Gray, just hopefully then finishing up on the issues that we were discussing before the break. In relation to the 91 calls 2003, the Inspector Carroll report, there is no specific and precise evidence from the evidence as we sit here today in relation to those periods. Yes or no?
No, if you look at it, there is some specific and precise evidence, but not much.
There is no specific and precise evidence to show over that period, 1994 to 2003, continuous and uninterrupted use for the display art.
Only
Whether it fits the description of continuous and uninterrupted, I've explained all this, I can't read more.
And no specific and precise evidence over that period of time to indicate that any use of the premises for the display area was more than incidental use as the art student. Now, in relation to other uses that we've really dealt with, I just want to ask you about one more, and that's the nightclub or the night party in 2013. Is that something that's mentioned in the proof of evidence that I've missed?
Nightclub?
Yes, remember I was at Harley about that. There were, the evidence of different people is, we've got between 3 and 5 night parties used to appear on, I think, to arrive on taking those in 2030. Is that something you mentioned or I missed it, or it's not on the record?
I think we read it.
But I don't profess that.
You might have seen the explanation like that. It does not. Because there were no nightclubs.
Now, when we call the house arrived at the back, did it arrive, as it were, first thing the out of the foundation, still in there, instead of the building was like I
Art House Foundation.
Yes. And when just because there seems to be potentially some confusion about this, when it arrived on the site, the Wimbledon House was put in place as a prototype design structure. That was the basis of its installation.
As a prototype design structure.
Yes. Rather than a site of course, or a residential.
Prototype design and structure. So loosely getting the word there.
Okay. Well, they're not my notes, just so that people know where the reference is. It's in Appendix 9, page 17, and it's a description of the 2016 open house. But it describes. Fine, we'll have that.
It was an interesting concept. It was made by a company that I had some knowledge of in Amsterdam. It had an interesting concept and construction. And at that point, as we made clear, we were interested in exploring alternative, particularly architecture on rooftop or mobile structures, and it seemed interesting enough example to merit experimentation and display. Its actual use has evolved, and I think that's what you're trying to present, some kind of change, which it undoubtedly is on the side.
Right. So the use has evolved, and that's easy to. How do you want to describe during?
I've already described what it is now, which is supporting accommodation, capable of being used either as living or working accommodation for the purpose of the anti-pavilion commission, where visitors need those facilities during the production process.
Can I just interrupt? So, in a sense, you see it as visitor accommodation. Or and can you give me an indication of how many days a year that in the case? Or like 6 months, a month, a week, probably get it wrong. Why would it not stay in jump
The prize money is, normally there's a building budget of 15,000 and prize money of 10,000 pounds. Obviously, it doesn't go very far if you did have to check into hotels for a whole team for. So having on-site accommodation makes it possible for people who come increasingly from far and wide to be able to participate in the
So you said a month, has it ever been used for longer than a month?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. To resume.
Now, in terms of the anti-bullying competition, that competition can be held, shortlisted, a decision could be made, financial reward could be made, without there being any use of the premises for the display. Factory
Sorry, what happened?
The anti-bullying competition could be held, entrance could be assessed, shortlist could be made, the final decision could be made, the financial reward could be made, all before there is a display card on that premises.
I'm not quite sure what that means. I tell you, the way it works is entries are invited at typically December. Submission will be by February at the latest. A shortlist to follow within a couple of weeks. The selection panel would select a winner within a couple of 2, maybe 3 or 4 weeks after that. And at the end of that process, a building period would start where preparation and final working designs would be worked up, and construction is normally in March to July, with August in the launch date. So if that timetable answers your question. I think probably it does say more accurately than
Thank you. And the display, the ultimate display of the argument could take place in alternative locations, so outside the conservation area, removed from designated heritage assets.
So they could be placed elsewhere. Well, they're site specific, and that's part of the brief. They're not so site specific that they need to be moved. Are they mobile?
Just that they could be displayed elsewhere. So, for example, the flood house was displayed elsewhere.
I had been. Yes.
Sorry?
It had been, but flood house also was not an anti-bullying.
Airport wasn't has been displayed elsewhere.
That's on a barge.
Yes, it has been displayed elsewhere.
You mean, does the barge move?
No, not does the barge move a short distance. Airdraft has been used in various other regulations. That's right.
It went on tour.
Yes, exactly.
So the answer is yes, it has been.
Well, I don't know if that constitutes display. They
What was the first move?
to have host performances.
Right. So there's a slight difference there.
Okay, fair enough, if that's what you meant. I thought that it was quite clear, so you're formulating it quite didn't match what's already been acknowledged.
Okay, that's a really good question.
When airdraft was at site, what kinds of performances was it being used
At the site,
for?
it only did about as far as I recall at the site, it only was on display at the opening. So this is at the opening of the naturally busy building structure.
Yes.
Aside from that, no performances, to my recollection, were actually hosted on it. So it then put on how performances in conjunction with other performance spaces up and down the canal for a period of a week.
Right, so I want to make sure I understood this correctly. One night of performances on Airdrop, which was the opening night, at the location of the lab.
One night, you want to know throughout history to date. Is that the question?
You were telling us in terms of where else it's been, because as I understand your records, let's take it there.
Yeah, well, let's just keep this.
It's a barge and it provides performance space. You can go inside the inflated thing, whatever it is, and the performance takes place inside that balloon. And so, has there been a performance on aircraft while the Lord actively inside? That's the question. That's it, you know.
Yes.
Yes, and how many?
One dance, but that had no, well, a negative audience. It was made a video. I don't think on site, as you walk outside, more than on that one occasion. But
so other performances on aircraft have taken place elsewhere.
yes. When it became part of the London Film, not London Film Festival, it was London Animated Film Festival. It travelled up the canal for some performances at a place called Row in Hackney.
Okay, I think that's fine.
Just last question. Do you have any recollection, roughly, how many performances were in other locations?
I'd say it remained for a week or so at the Animated Film Festival. It probably did no more than 2 weeks on its initial tour. And the remainder were occasional demonstrations of it where it might have been made available to the public, like on accessible.
Thank you. Now, with all house, just go back, no cost, foundation, art installation. As you were saying, when you saw the more interest, at that stage, it was already in production by a commercial company.
In production as in that individual one, or they had already developed the concept?
They developed it, they reduced it, they were available.
They were in the early stage of being probably within the first 10 or 20 made, and it was the first to come to the UK.
Sharks, we know, has appeared. Has also appeared.
Yeah, of course, it's situated.
And so, for any of the exhibitions that were land based, just to take an example, those originally could be known for those exhibitions to take place in lawful event areas close to Tennessee.
Sorry,
You were talking to your neighbours.
the question again.
Yes. In relation to those exhibits that are land on that sharp or area, originally could have been for them to have been displayed in all the town centres, in, for example, lawful events
They were, their site specific is something that you've heard considerable reference to from Matthew Butcher in Park. So site specific is a feature of So, are they read by the structures to go elsewhere? Of course. Are they, is the brief, does the brief carry with it? I mean, no entrant would not conceive of it as being site specific, even if it wasn't expressed. But of course, it's also expressed. So could it go on elsewhere? Yes. Would it be the same? No.
Attempts in the years that the anti-pavilion was run, was there ever an attempt to obtain a prospective planning permission for the relevant year?
No, that would be completely it's a impromptu by the standards of planning process installation. So you could not possibly select a winner in about March or April when they be selected. Expect to get language in time for them to implement their buildings. And it couldn't be conditioned. They have to be triggered to proceed with their work at the very time that they're selected. So, no, it's fundamentally incompatible with a planning process run by an obstructive planning authority.
What that means is that by design of the rules that the anti-pavilion works to, your rules is that precludes prospective planning applications being made.
In the manner in which are handled by Hackney Council, undoubtedly.
You have never made a prospective planning application for any of the structures, so you can't possibly know that.
You know very well how it takes to process any application.
Okay, I understand the point. I understand what we're getting at, Mr. Benjamin.
I mean, the simple
I realise these things about agriculture, but you can do equally do about other qualities. Of course, I know progress, I know this. I don't need to hear that. I get it.
A couple of miscellaneous matters just in relation to some of the points that were made under round in relation to the 2019 issues. So let's just follow these through your proof because it's probably the easiest way to pick them up. In terms of page 15, paragraph. You say, second line of that paragraph, both HVAC and the Templeton Theatre have now been disassembled. In relation to HVAC, it hasn't been defined disassembled, because we know that, obviously.
No, it's been progressively disassembled, it's largely disassembled.
And in fact, even in relation to the Templeton Theatre, the platform on which it stood is still present in some of them.
Yeah.
Paragraph 52 is slightly higher. You're asking the inspector to consider alternative approaches to ground level here. The first is under paragraph 51. You made a point about your rights under the Convention on Human Rights. It interfered with you conceptually that legal submissions.
Yes, I would mention it as a human rights act with much authority.
Next, you refer to the idea of a 5-year temporary planning to permit the situation to be then reviewed. So, forgetting for a second how that might be defined, what policy guidance are you relying on for the support that a temporary planning commission might be acceptable in these circumstances if the inspector concludes that the permanent policy?
Well, I think I'm not sure what I was referring to that.
It's page 50, paragraph.
Yeah, I can see where I said it, but obviously it mentioned before. So, perhaps you could tell me what you're actually taking to refer to thereby saying.
I'm not saying
Okay,
if we can work this way.
I'll read it.
We're talking about, in that paragraph 52, we mentioned 5-year temporary planning commission is under the heading So it's the four structures and the other bits and bobs relating to review. So you're saying, you're requesting me to consider inviting to the planning commission. What is that for? Is that for each of the items listed on the 2019 enforcement notice, or specifically?
Of course, only goes to the remain, which actually is none of the anti-convenience commission, because Templin is put off and April is put. So leave nothing to consider permission there. The other structures that are identified and complained of are the Whipple House, which could, as I think I suggested yesterday, could perfectly be what we considered as a temporary structure, if that helped. And then the other structure which referred to is the access to the roof. Given the nature of the anti-pavilion commission and the fact that there's an evolving concept, an evolving commission, it would be harmless subject to a 5-year temporary commission, if that helped. There's any number of ways that if I could have a dialogue with the authority, cooperation would be possible.
So we've got a planning commission.
Sorry, you touched on something that's in my list of questions for you, as I picked up on the temporary commission thing. And given the potential it's got, I don't know what we want to do in terms of a temporary commission relating to temporary, because it's not there.
No, exactly.
So not Potemkin, no, not HVAC, it's all got.
We could, for example, if we were into the idea of a temporary commission, have this fully dismantled within a year or two, if what remains of it is skeleton remains offensive, if it was thought constructive to dispose of it.
So where I was going to take you later, specifically, was how long do you want each structure for? So the answer is, for HVAC, you don't want it. Potemkin, you don't want it. Whipple House, is that 5 years?
Yeah.
The roof access, 5 years?
Yes, they both serve anti-pavilion essentially as a concept, as an annual commission. So,
Right, so once you move 4 structures, then I move on to the other bits and pieces. The larval fence.
that's the green wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're seeking a final permission done.
I think that would be adequate.
The bamboo fence, which is gone.
It wasn't a bamboo, it was willow, but it was a screen it's already got.
Sorry, you're seeking permission for 5 years or
No, it's gone.
it wasn't bamboo, it was willow.
No, it was willow. Willow screen. Yeah, roll up, yes.
And then the metal fence around 53, you're seeking a permanent permission or 5 years.
Yes, the metal fence should be.
I think that's all the items we'll go to. So that hopefully deals with all my questions to you later. It saves us a bit of time, hopefully.
Mr. Gray, the point that I was drawing your attention to, and I appreciate you will hear us about your expertise in different disciplines, but in making that request to the inspector, is there any policy documents that you are relying on in support of the idea that there should be temporary planning permissions relating to 3 structures which are there to support the anti-pavilion competition, which on this analysis does not have planning permission and requires it?
Well, yeah, the number of grants, I mean, one of the grants is that they're in support of operations and therefore permitted. There's a display of art and therefore already authorised in their part. You're talking about ground air, and
Ask you about
I
it.
do think the question of policy support with respect to my own friend is probably not going to be exhaustively answered by lay appellant in the circumstances. And you are looking at two appeals at the same time.
I would assume you have some policy in support of the arts, so it's manifestly a cultural contribution, and I would have thought it's unlikely to be on the wit of the planning authority to find a component of some policy supporting the arts with which it is thereby compliant.
Okay, so taking what you said, that council has a policy supporting the arts, that's the temporary construction that is up. I would have thought. I haven't had a policy cited to you, but as I said, I would expect
They are proud of their contribution to the arts. I was frightened if there was no
okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Gray, as you know from the comments the inspector made yesterday, when he thinks about the first enforcement list of 2019, his judgment is against what appeared in the enforcement notice at the time, the structures as they then appear on the land. Right, so that's the basis on which I asked my questions. In relation to the platform that used to house the temple, maybe I wasn't clear about the evidence yesterday, whether that platform has changed since the enforcement notice was
There were some minor modifications made to it, but I don't think for practical purposes it has changed. Yeah, because I was confusing the photograph that was used showing the platform in the election and as it's described in the local planning authorities actual material. I think if we look at the officer's report, it alleges a lattice beam structure. So it's actually describing a structure that is not the one in the photograph. So, has it changed? Yes, it's changed from what's described, but it hasn't changed from what's photographed.
So in terms of just think about your case, your case to the inspector, your case to the inspector, you want temporary plan permission at least for that structure, and the period of time that you asked for is 5 years. So in terms of your intention and aspiration, you want Wicklow House to remain on that for at least another 5 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't say at least, because I said
But you're seeking.
I'm not asking for
Because
5 years
no
and
saying at least, because it's better to come, it's fine.
yeah, I'm not saying. I'm saying 5 years would be adequate to accommodate any wishes I might have for that now to support and to give the mission for foreseeable future.
So the 5 years is in relation to its role as supporting accommodation, not in relation to its value as a piece of art.
Of course, given that it supports an operation, it has a combined effect in that respect. I mean, the anti-living commission is a valuable, very broad brief. So experimental structures, art meets architecture, innovative design, recyclability, and
It's both, is what you're saying.
it embraces a number of values that are particularly well employed, as does the beach house. Some of particularly early values.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the beach house. The 5-year commission for Wicklow House will support anti-pavilion by it provides accommodation to support those who are to anti-pavilion, and it is served the purpose of being a piece of art. That's the answer.
Yes.
I'm not saying I agree with that,
And the art architecture interface. And also innovative architecture, which is part of the way purposes of the.
Yes, and in that respect, on this point, it's fair for the inspector to report, isn't it, that whether or not at the time that Whittle House came to the site, it was close to experiment, or it was in commercial production.
It's close to what?
Close to being experiment, it was in commercial production even then, on what we're but we're now a number of years down the line, and you wouldn't still describe Whittle House. If it came to you now, you'd say, well, your experiment, you've been producing this thing for years.
I don't know what that means by. It's a novel structure. It's been under development, yes, and it's now further developed, and there are changes in the way that it's made today.
Yeah, it's no longer experiment structure. The use of that phrase is the anti-convenience. If it came with the next year's competition, I would have looked at the basis that it's still an experimental structure.
Yeah, it definitely in relation to the competition. It was a combination of its probably the most important thing is it's made out of roll. So it's a recycled paper construction as to its fundamental structure. That was innovative. The method by which the paper was provided it was also innovative. And so it embodies certain values that we were looking to embrace.
But you couldn't fairly describe it as a prototype.
It wasn't a prototype in the beginning. But it was an early stage of development. And the prototype, they succeeded by many further prototypes. So it was in this case.
So just for your reference, 89179, that's the AHA in their description.
Sorry about that.
It's appendix 9 of the case, page 179. Prototype is on the structure. That's how the AHA described it. Whittle House, it's approximately square.
I say each element is been about.
And how many of the sections are there?
This is very handy. How many sections? 7.
So, but
It's a bit over the top.
you think it's just over the top, but that's approximate.
That's very approximate. That's my guess from handling. So it doesn't.
What type of time actually?
They're all the same. They're certainly the same by a closer margin than my estimate.
But generally,
I'm talking about metric tons, but I would be happy to say that my estimate is just as good in imperial tons.
And that's something that was said on site, 7 sections of the code. And how many did it
Just bolting the elements together. Okay.
and you said just bolting the elements together. From your answer, it's clear that more was actually done. So in terms of it coming onto the land and resting in its final position, how many of those were?
No, resting in its final position is straightforward. You crane it off and you bolt the elements together. That's what it takes a day. But of course, you do have to make an electrical connection. You have to make so it's the details that are more time consuming than the actual set.
And how many of that take?
It might have been done before, or it might have been accessible, drain. At most, it might take
A couple of days.
Most would probably, yeah, it depends how close you were to an electrical supply and how close you were to the solar.
so I didn't check on the site, was it? It's plumbed in, and it's got electric. It's got using toilet,
Yeah,
shower.
it'd be kind of like over that way, I suppose. Home park, where on arrival you would connect up to a electrical plug and you would connect up to a drainage and water supply.
And I think you told us yesterday it takes about a whole day just to disconnect.
Yeah, I'm probably be even quicker than bolting it together, but of course you have to disconnect the connections I've just spoken of, services.
Bearing in mind that your thesis that this structure is capable of remaining on land for another 5 years, you wanted to remain on land for another 5 years. Mr. Gray just would not be an accurate use of language to describe it, and its presence has been temporary.
Say again.
It would be an accurate use of language to describe this structure as being temporary, where it is.
Look, it's temporary in that it's mobile. It's not temporary if it stands there for 5 years.
How many years has it been there?
I think it was installed in 2016, so it must be approaching 5 years already.
I'm just going to suggest absolutely it's not a reasonable description. I appreciate it's not a reasonable description in planning terms to speak of a structure that's been there for 20 years. You want to know it's being temporary.
No, it is. That depends on, for example, at my London Bridge site, I have containers used in a very similar capacity for supporting the operations on the site that have been there.
But your view is that even though it's been there 5 years, it's reasonable to regard it as temporary. That's yes or no.
Only if you define temporary, which I am, by my understanding, temporary.
I'm going to answer yes. But it's not that.
It's definitely not that. It's nearer to yes than no. But
And just to clarify, you said it's in 7 sections?
yes.
Back to you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. So, there will be one second, Mr. Gray. Just in relation to your case, you describe some of that at page 17, paragraph 16 of your proof. And in the middle of that paragraph, you say, staying in the code, plan and ways that closely resemble predominantly external planning of the neighbouring bridge academy school. And then you leave that point there about the bridge academy. Now, the inspector will check his own notes, but I have you an examination in chief at about 5 PM yesterday, saying that the bridge academy is a design incongruous. I don't know another building in London more incongruous. Do you remember saying that?
Western effect from the next 100%, but yes, very close.
So what you are praying in A in paragraph 60 is a building that on your own description is amongst the most incongruous buildings in London.
You're talking about the Bridge Academy.
Yes.
I described it as incongruous by design, design incongruity, design incongruity. So it's that fact. The point was that incongruity is embraced as a design driver, as a design concept in the Bridge Academy because of the way it's comprised out of so many disparate and discrete elements. That doesn't apply to the Woodward House in its own right. It's highly it's simple. It's got one finish on roof, walls, and floor. So if what we're talking about is that it being excessive is incompetence. That's what the point is made. The lack of is a incongruity by design, and the introduction of a very uniform element that actually reflects one of the biggest design elements, the neighbouring building that forms the fact that we can. The incongruity thereby introduced, it will be wrong to comment on, given this showpiece of incongruity that is the fact.
Right, so that's the showpiece of incongruity. You rely on the ability of Whittle House to reference the Bridge Academy School, and you do that in relation, of course, to your building, which is inside the conservation area, whereas the Bridge Academy is outside the conservation area.
It's well established that you don't ignore the boundary of the conservation area. So in planning, one thing I am very familiar with is defending the Bermondsey Street conservation area from the south, and the treatment of the boundary has become a highly charged issue because there are those who want to build tower blocks the other side of the conservation area.
Okay, can we move on?
In relation to the Green Wall, you deal with that, page 18, paragraph 62 and following. The purpose of that, which follows, you just said about seeking a temporary permission for 5 years, is to serve the anti-pavilion program you want to serve the period of that program.
The Green Wall,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you. It wasn't initially designed as a green wall, correct?
No, it was always conceived as a green wall.
I thought that the green wall was put over the structure that was there previously.
No. It was conceived as a green wall.
Is there another example locally of a green wall that only exists at that height?
There are those I know of, yes, there are many.
In the locality.
In the locality. I haven't searched the locality, but I'm very familiar with such walks throughout London.
As a Dorset to the locality where a building, there are none that you want to draw special attention to at that height.
There are none in the locality.
And just in terms of looking at the green wall and how it's performing, it doesn't appear from where it needs to be performing its function very well. It's struggling to tell, isn't it?
No, it's slow. If you, one of the people I consulted with was, as I already mentioned, I think the IMAX at the south side of Waterloo Bridge, and it's taken probably 15 years to establish that. But it has established in a way, as we intend, to be a much more enduring and stable established, which is because the bottom lot in pockets that allowed to grow and cover with like ivy or old house polish. So it's on its way, but it will continue to improve, certainly for the next few years. And the density of the foliage is steadily increasing, that would be expected. It's also normal to have to experiment with species, because some species perform better. And actually, quite surprisingly, some that you don't expect to perform so well do, and vice versa. And that process, as I said, took some 15 years. You have consulted with who were responsible for the islands. But it is extremely well established, and all we will do exactly the same thing.
Briefly on about the hatch. Again, the hatch that we're concerned about is born in the enforcement notice. And as I understand, it's common ground between us. The hatch hasn't been substantially.
Not that substantially, but it has been.
Was the opposite, because there was a recognition that the form of it hasn't been enforcement
No, it was the improvement. It was put up hurriedly, and now it has gas springs that enable the hatch to spring up into position. So it was possible with relatively small additional work to modify it to something that we consider to be neater. But the hatch was originally constructed hurriedly just to go on the scaffold so that one access to the exhibition.
Just a second, wait there. So the 2019 enforcement notice dated the 18th of October 2019. The hatch was altered after that date, after the notice was issued.
I think it probably would have been after. Yeah.
It's not the structure we see in the photos, is it?
Sorry?
It's not the structure we see in the photos.
No, it's right. I don't know if it was taken or close to date. But yeah, I would imagine it was modified when there was some carpentry, toilet skill available at that site within a few months.
Was it modified because of the enforcement notice?
No, it would always have been intended to modify it. The enforcement notice might have informed it, but it wasn't modified purely in response. It was always intended to be refined slightly. And indeed, it seems still intended to be refined further, but it doesn't it's not one of our priorities.
But the modifications were informed by the enforcement notice.
Moving on to round C, and your discussion of that starts at page 21, paragraph 75. And you made a good point about whether or not the council's engaging there. This is in relation to a situation where by 2019, Beach House has been remaining on the site and briefly in 2017 appeal position. And on the basis of the appeal submission made to the inspector saying it was a temporary structure for 2 years. So that's the overall kind of situation that we're having to deal with. That's right, isn't it?
What's I was saying?
By 2019.
Yes.
Because we're talking about temporary theatre and HVAC and temporary is 2019.
Yes, but the beginning is celebrated internationally renowned competition, and clearly is something important to have. And I invited the
And when we fast forward another 2 years, 2021, 4 years on the competition remains, and 4 years in relation to the decision, it still remains there. And as far as you accepted, I will do the test. It remains an original.
This is Beach.
Beach.
well, you could go on with that issue a summons, I guess, what would be how you would enforce it. But I don't think it would be much entertained in the context of the defence of its position, which is that the context has changed, planning provisions have changed in relation to sustainability, green rules. And when it was considered, it was not considered in relation to the green wall. And so, what we've made clear is that if the green wall is not considered, then the continuation of beach house or discontinuation of beach house implementation will follow.
Just out of interest, that was suggested to you that retrospective cumulative breach of criminal law might now be being carried out.
Sorry.
Let's assume for a second that you're successful at this point in the appeal. Has anything suggested that means that any breach of the criminal law might presently be going on is retrospectively cured?
You mean if I allow
Are you asking me whether I'm worried about being possible.
No,
He's asking about the legal advice he's received.
not at all.
It seems to me, if something is validated after the event, that I'm not running a troublesome risk of being convicted of some.
That's right, I understand.
But the answer was that if the green wall is refused, the beach house be, I think, was disintegrated.
The tempting theatre, we've seen this on the photographs. We know roughly how it was there. How long was it on site?
I think we had a tape of this, but it was deleted by the authority. We must take it from that. If I can reconstruct it must have been in place by the usual August installation time, 2019. It was sustained for that area, and then it was still in place for a few months the summer season. Was there with all going on this summer due to 2020. I believe it's also to be dismantled by either the tail end of 2020 or the beginning of 2020.
So I think it still features, whether or not it was physically present, it features, doesn't it, on the front cover of your appeal statement text that we heard earlier, as bears the basically 11% in 2020.
Yes.
So is it fair to think it was still there at the end of 2020?
But it doesn't mean that that was a photograph taken at the same time. It was about that time that it came down, because it has a lot of.
I've been on site.
But was it there then?
But I'm not here to that.
Well, it was,
I'd be interested to know what you say.
I don't think it was.
with respect to,
I mean, I could easily check this if I'm not turned. But it was either the very end of 2020 or the early part of 2021.
so there is a table. Witnesses referred to the communication with the council over a draft statement of ground. It's his appendix D.
So would we actually get that
And
information?
it has the dates, and I think the Lady is probably aware of it. And the question is whether those dates are right or wrong.
Statement of ground, which section?
It's appendix D to the appellant's proof of evidence.
I'm looking at
It's on the penultimate page. Paragraph.
Page 12 of 13.
That's right.
And so this is particularly theatre. It says actually it was precise date. 2nd of February 21. Obviously it came down there.
So saying temporary theatre
Was down.
2nd of February 2021 was removed. Nothing was left.
Within a period of a few weeks, it was fully dismantled.
So within a few weeks, the 2nd of February 2021,
Yeah,
it was fully removed.
yes. I think it probably started early. But it is part of the process that we expect the team that affected, in particular, as has been instructed, to participate in its dismantling. It's understood to be a full life cycle engagement and
Second, right. If you've got millions of backlogs there,
I think
that's all good. We're at 10 past 1, I don't know how much will be my half, but I'll be guided on you. Don't want to break if you've not got much left.
no, so I have no expect if you can give me until half past 1.
Half past 1. Thank you.
In relation to that structure, it was a fixed roof, wasn't it, the Tension Theatre?
Correct, what?
It was affixed to roof on the platform.
And it was obvious as a steel platform, obviously, it would be stabilised.
Exactly, and additional works were done for that purpose, weren't there? Because there was a recognition that there was an issue about wind load on the premises because of the way it's tall and thin, so additional structural work was done to make sure it was safe, right?
No.
Right?
There was a very experienced structural engineer capable or accustomed to doing far more complex projects than stabilising the Tension Theatre, who was involved in the advice to the winning team. And so there was a good possibility that it would have been erected without adequate structural engineering input.
You still want to, sorry, Mr. Brown, moving into the structure.
No, that's all right. I was asking a question.
I suggest to you, again, it's unreasonable for you to maintain a case of public inspector that structure, very important about it, is temporary.
But no, not under the definition that I rely on from the description of something that's there for operations on the site.
I've understood the point.
HVAC, also large enough to use the house station as a public purpose.
HVAC?
Yes.
We saw it. Would you measure yours with
Sorry, and
Oh, well, it was possibly that differently. Then I tell you, the question asked about HVAC.
So it's never a suggestion, maybe, that it's me just looking through a project which is not understanding the project at the final right, but there was never a suggestion that HVAC should be occupied by anyone.
So, occupied by what?
Any one person. So it should
Really, what it becomes someone's residence? Is that what you're asking?
be not residents, but something that was capable of being used by individuals.
There was steps you could go up.
Yeah.
So the fact that you could go up, is that what you're asking? It's possible to go up, it is possible to climb, watch tower, but it doesn't mean it's for habitation.
So it's just for people who visit and explore the
Would it be that we
what would someone be going into HVAC for? Because I'm not sure it's actually meant to be habitable accommodations and suites there. Or just
undoubtedly not anybody would sleep there. The nearest we came to having, of course, it's the winning team that who suggest the purpose for their structure. And it's not required that it has any purpose, it could be purely sculpture. It could have some practical purpose, and where it has some practical purpose is where we usually sought to have it proven as capable of fulfilling its purpose, hence the tours or the short season performances.
So your understanding of its purpose is what?
Well, I was going to say that the nearest the team came to describe it as having used, I think, strictly in my mind, was it was described as a contemplation space. So the nearest to some actual use that could be made of it is somebody could go up onto the roof because it had the louvers. You could have a kind of constrained view of the canal, and you could regulate the light level, and there was a quiet sitting space. I guess almost like a garden pergola, where we might go for some quiet space. Yeah. So that's the nearest we came to having a purpose. No doubt over its lifetime, some of the people on the site can occasionally sit there.
But
That's the nearest we came to use.
sorry, Mr. Gray. I think we've got a brief for HVAC completeness.
I'm sorry?
I think we've got a brief for the HVAC project completeness.
Well, we didn't give a brief. We did a brief for a project. The project, we give a very open brief, and the team put in their proposal. It can embrace some practical use, or it can be purely sculptural.
I think you said, I think you used the word permanent. Is that the word you used when you
Yes, meaning a place in your garden which is kind of secluded by vegetation.
We've seen the nature of the superstructure of HVAC, as it were, and how it's attached you to view that site.
You said the superstructure, I mean, that was the skeleton.
61. Ground level.
Not really, not in architecture, but anyway, fine.
In relation to ground level, Mr. Gray, we can look at, and I'm not suggesting to do the passage of time, we need to do it now. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, that's correct. If you look at the enforcement notice, what you will find, it's appendix 4, page 50, section 5, which is where it sets out the steps to be taken. The steps
Just a minute, let's find it.
And which makes this 2019 or
2019. We can see when we look at the steps in section 5 mirror the allegations in the breach of the notice, and there is a recommendation in the office report at the same appendix, page 30, in particular 39, paragraph B through C.
So, are you referred to apply a reference to the actual breaches pages? Or maybe I can find it.
I'm going to go to many more things
But I've got the breaches in front of you.
have you got a recommendation from the author, which is wrong? Because that's also
Yes. And the issue is having enforcement measures.
yes, if you want to check this, you can go to the end of paragraph C.
I think that makes the same recommendation. The authority for the issue of services that I mentioned is
Take all those steps. And so this becomes really submission to that. So this is their final notice that is directed towards revenue and control, and the extent of the complaints in case that you raise something there relate to what in the statute is difficult, whether or not there is a harm to the meeting. That's what you are interested.
that's what the office report is. The office report will
And in relation to that, if I'm right on that, Mr. Gray, you're wrong. You're not suggesting any alternative plan of action that will be successful in completely remedying regional control.
Yet, so far as a breach of planning control is made out, on the basis of immunity, and the sole justification is immunity. Immunity could be addressed through conditions, which is why I repeatedly invited council to agree with the conditions to the same. They refused to do that, demonstrating that it wasn't really
I understand that. Now, if the inspector gets you on all other grounds, Shiva has considerable resources available to it. These works could be done in the period.
Sorry?
If the inspector is against you, the only issue left to consider is how long these structures still do should remain on the site. Then Shiva has considerable resources in the period of life will be sufficient to remove all from site.
I dare say if I devoted a disproportionate amount of resources to it, yes, given the offence caused and the duration that they'd be there without any injury, I thought it was just confrontational and aggressive, which wouldn't surprise me, to demand that they were removed within a month rather than more reasonable period.
The answer to the question is yes.
Constructed.
Thank you. Notice 2, 10 minutes. Paragraphs 87 through 99 of your proof of evidence. We're dealing with the 2020 enforcement notice, and you start, there's quite a lot of discussion of Charlotte. I'm not going to ask you about anything between paragraphs 87 and 99, and I'm just going to directly the inspector's attention to the judgment of Mr. Justice Murray, which is in the thing as the inspector has. which sets out the local authority's position and sets out what his findings were in relation to the reasonableness and relevance of the local authority's position.
You give the paragraph.
The judgment.
You take me to the proof, I thought therefore to take me to the particular paragraph.
No, there's a whole chunk between 87 and 99 that deals with this issue. I'm not proposing at the time to spend time.
It may be helpful, certainly it would help you, sir, to see the findings that my learned friend intends to identify and repeat in his closing submissions and puts them to the appellant, because otherwise the appellant would be denied the opportunity to say, well, that's not a finding, that's just a recital of what was said by one party or the other. And it's very important because where findings are made by a High Court judge, they're quite influential. And so therefore, let's be clear what my lady friend is relying on. And let's refer to
in relation to stop notice or the injunction.
There is an injunction claim first, and then you need to find this described. And the reason is that when you have an opportunity to review it, you'll see the judge was meticulously careful to set out what easy submissions of both sides were, and then to set out those conclusions. So there's no.
It's a matter of fairness, sir. If my learned friend is going to rely on a finding, the appellant should have an opportunity to see what local planning authority are relying on.
Because it's something in the appendices.
That's right.
I'm giving you a heads up, I have not read it.
It's appendix 10.
There's 2,000 pages of stuff. Some people expect it's got to be grammatically, so I haven't read that. You're saying we need to go there now?
I want the appellant to have an opportunity to see what the planning authority are taking from that judgment in order to use it in the closing submission to you. And it's very important because, of course, the planning authority put the case before the judge on the basis that there was a history of ancillary use of display of art installations, which is what would be ground C. And what my learned friend needs to do is to see whether or not the local authority are buying into what the judge found, or actually they're going to be making a submission contrary to what the judge found for the purposes of ground C appeal. And it's really important that if there's a particular paragraph that the planning authority relying on, that my client has an opportunity to see what it is.
There is a particular paragraph. So what is happening in paragraphs 87 through 90?
Let's go to them, shall we?
Can I just hear from Mr. Beckham first?
These are those.
All right.
Those are 13 paragraphs, which are long paragraphs themselves, all deal with this issue. I am not proposing to waste this inquiry's time going over the paragraphs line by line. I am instead going to direct you, if you think it's appropriate, I leave it entirely to you to decide whether or not you need to engage in these issues. If you do, I'm suggesting that the judgment that Mr. Justice Murray took time to written form over, I think, about 30 pages, is a considered approach to those issues. And that is good enough.
What's the question?
Just wait.
It's just a matter of fairness, sir. If there's a particular paragraph, planning authority are going to extract from the judgment and use and rely on, I want to see what it is, and I want my client to have an opportunity to see what it is, because there's a divergence between, on the one hand, accepting that there's a display of art that's been taking place for long history, and that it's trite law, as my late friend told the judge, that would amount to ancillary use. There's another hand, the judge saying, well, the helicopter case tells me that it's not a matter that the court should decide, and so he's not trespassing on anything that you have to decide, because he's actually deliberately saying, I can't decide it, because it could be, or it might be, or it might not be. That's what I'm doing. Yeah? And you'll see which paragraphs in the planning authority my client would have an opportunity to see which bits that they're relying on, which bits they're just pushing to one side that they're not relying on.
Can you help me with this?
This is
If it takes longer, it takes longer.
this is Mr. Cole's document. I made that observation. I'm not about that. It's something that's in the appellate statement. I'll try and do it briefly, possibly. When we were in front of Mr. Justice Murray, he accepted in terms of the judgment that the local planning authority was reasonable to go without notice for its injunction. You know what I'm talking
The outline of the injunction.
about. He accepted, contrary to the solution that you put in, that in terms of the more limited relief you wanted about that it was justifiable for us to go without notice to you in the first instance.
Where do I see that he said this?
It's on page 486.
I can't reconcile this comment between the applicant to grips with the legislative form. They were two take on with it.
So he made it, but in those circumstances, I went back to not getting the references over the last so we can
Okay.
Headington Sharp, you rely on that decision. That's page 25, paragraph 87 of your group notes.
Was it actually set in?
Of course.
Yeah, it's the main reference that Headington Shop was important because there's been a discussion about incongruous and how incongruous in itself constitutes a condemnation of anything and everything in any place. How appropriate that is. And the Headington Shop, one of the famous quotes of that is that, well, of course, it's not in keeping. It was not intended to be in keeping. So it was a particularly pointed and obviously a deliberate reference that was there in Charles by Jamie that this was not the brief for that year in 2020 sprung from the enforcement acts that had been already issued. So addressing the incongruity and planning principles was there. So the liberal use of incongruous in the officer's report is what was being picked up by the reference to the Headington Shop. So does that answer the question?
You're continuing to rely on that.
Yeah.
Let me say two quick references. Your document, your statement. So, just so that the inspector so that he hasn't seen this before,
I find this decision.
we've got the Secretary of State's decision, and then we have one of the immediately following pages, the conclusions that have been extracted from the inspector in that respect, starting at paragraph 69. Yes? And the principal point of distinction between us is just that the chart here was not a conservation area, and it was always known that anything that was displayed close to the building wasn't in place in a conservation area. So that's also crystal clear.
No. The reason for that is that if you visit the Headington Shop, you'll see that the location in which it's installed is much more worthy of being a conservation area than Brunswick and Columbia. And so that's the point I made already, that conservation area is not intrinsically worthy of treating for a demand of congruity. Simply because it could be designated for various reasons, and it makes you everywhere where congruity is a rational consideration. And it would be much more so in Hoxton than it is on our site. Conservation area or not. The sharks are less incongruous in our site then the hairdresser shop is in it. So,
You're just picking up on the way the inspector reasoned this point in paragraph 72 of the decision. Whether lack of harmony, if you have
Seven.
72, the foot of that 7A.
Yeah, page 72.
Paragraph 72. Yeah, paragraph 72, thank you. Whether the lack of harmony equates with visual harm depends upon the context. In a conversation, it may very well do so. Doesn't that indicate the importance of the difference between the case that the inspector's dealing with and the Oxford case?
No, it makes my case beautiful. Lack of harmony equates with visual harm. Whether lack of harmony equates with visual harm depends on the context.
Yes.
Where the please can I answer? Whether the conservation area has been designated apparently, or it's been called piecemeal kind of ad hoc development in shoddy materials, where there is completely discordant buildings curiously designated as conservation. That's exactly an example where
I get it. I've heard so much about conservation and being I'm going to make a decision on this. This is not necessary. I'm just going to make my mind up.
Yes.
If you want to do anything else,
That paragraph is exemplifies some of the issues that you have to go with.
yeah. I read that Ellington Shark is part of the training planning spectrum for reasonable approval.
Well, the open mind as much as Mrs. Lyle been wearing and the recommendations in relation to a house covered by wood rock. But I'm quite struggling at the moment. I don't know whether 4 hours is quite a long time, but it'd be quite useful to have a break.
Yeah, I do want to take a
well,
break.
we're close to finishing. We're not finished.
Well, I don't know how far we are from I don't know how your answers like this, so I just don't know.
What Mr. Baker suggested he probably finished by 1:30, so if he hasn't
And so we need to return to this point that Mr. was made about what Justice Murray said, who I haven't got my head around that.
So I'm not officially in 10 minutes. Should we take it? And we can try and deal with
I
the
thought that
remaining
was
space.
Yeah. I think we gauge that correctly. But it's 1:33. Can we come back? Things I need to do open up. So can we come back at 2:45, please? And is there a way of ensuring, firstly, that I don't get knocked in at lunchtime, and that I can get back in when I come back? Can that be arranged? If people on the door wander off, you've got the same experience I had yesterday, which is quite nice. Okay.
But just on that point of trying to speed things along with where we resume, Mr. O'Connor had before produced a summary proof of evidence what we are proposing is circulate a document that could stand essentially as his evidence. And then I'll take them very briefly through examination chief. We circulate that.
So then we can go for his examination chief this afternoon.
Yes.
Something I need to prepare lunch.
So I don't think it's going to tell you anything new, but just so it's on the record. If you have chances, that would be helpful.
It might just mean I break them a bit longer because there are some things I need to do later to this inquiry.
I still think I've got to take this some time. As long as you're content to take it as read, by the time we get to the stage of all the way.
Well, I trust that the local planning authority are not going to be saying anything new. I'm sure it's completely unheard.
I'm hoping it doesn't, but I want to read it first for that reason. Let's come back then at 14:50. If we can just make sure I can leave the building and come back in, that would be great. This was very inconvenient yesterday. I don't know if there's another way out, maybe past or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll arrange.
We can. Right, back at 1450, please.
Can we just issue another warning for Mr. Gray?
Yes, it's very important.
I'll speak to you. You need to go and come back to
We need to have lunch anyway.
Understood.
I hope this is not then. I don't really want to start with the witness at 4 Friday afternoon because I am quite tired. The witnesses.
So yes, it's been a long week. Even if you were to start on it seems inevitable that witness would have to be held over what's happening until Wednesday. It's not
Don't
ideal.
want to do that. Don't think it's good management. Now, should I return to you, Mr. Becker, or should we have this discussion about the comments of Mr. Justice?
I would recommend that we pick up where we were, and if there's a particular paragraph that my lady wants to allow me in closing submissions, that my client has an opportunity to know which it is that, and to comment on it, because that's all. Just fairness, I'm only concerned with.
Yeah. So is that the document, this document?
Yes.
So this is already in there. Forgive me, why am I getting another copy?
It was just for convenience of going through.
I'm pretty good at these large files, so and I'd rather keep using large files than anything else. Is this a copy of Rome's Journal?
Yes.
It's marked.
Not this one.
Okay, the marked copy might be something next to
Appendix 10, page 484.
484.
Yes.
It does seem to me that the time estimate for it is wildly unrealistic. Before the inquiry, I was thinking, well, things always go a bit slower than expected. And sometimes you can make up time, and sometimes you can't. This was 4 days before I even opened, and I don't know how many days we need to get through.
Well, the Hellenes were not of
I'm not sure what we started.
Well, my lady friend's 30 minutes was the most optimistic time I've ever seen in an inquiry.
484.
486, in fact.
Appendix 10.
Okay. Fine. Are you taking me to this document, Mr. Becker?
So yes, just very briefly, in relation to the judgment of Mr. Justice Murray, you've made some observations, Mr. Gray, on how that hearing panned out, what the local planning authority's position was. So that is really page 26 of your proof of evidence. Paragraphs 91, 92, and so. Just in relation to those two paragraphs of yours, you look at the judgment of Mr. Justice Murray, everyone appreciates he was dealing with something quite different, which was an application for an interim judgment, section 187B. But one of the points that was put to him by you, and that you raised in paragraph 92, is that the idea that the local planning authority, as it were, didn't give Mr. Justice Johnson who had heard that without evidence hearing the week before, the level of information in the audit, and that the material was disclosed by the local planning.
Is Mr. Johnson's judgment and the submissions to him included in the documents?
Not at Mr. Justice Murray, but I think they are in there. I think
Well, we've obviously got the judgment of Mr. Justice Murray, but the initial injunction was obtained on the original basis, of which there is a note for solutions. There's also his comments, and of course there was his judgment. But I don't believe that isn't.
Well, perhaps not as I would say. This is your case, and you're making specific allegations.
No, you're referring to it, and we did not.
That's not right. Bear with me. What you have suggested, I can read it back to you if you like, is that paragraph 92, the injunction was granted by the court with without hearing from the defendant. Right? That's a reference to the hearing a week earlier from Mr. Justice Johnson, because in front of Mr. Justice Murray, he played the legal
Fair enough.
Right? Okay. Good. And the allegation that you are in essence making in the first 2 or 3 subparts of paragraph 92 is the point about material non-disclosure, which if you had made good, would have been a potential basis for discharging the judge. So that's the fault as you made it to Mr. Justice Murray. Right, good. If we look at paragraph 87 of the judgment, this is where the judge was summing up and finding the arguments that being put on both sides in the paragraphs just before. This is where the judge was making his judgment about material non-disclosure. And 87 is what the judge found, isn't it, Mr. Gray? And he declined your suggestion that the judge should be discharged on the basis of material non-disclosure.
It wasn't about to accept the material disclosure.
Correct. And another criticism you made of the case at that hearing, you had a piece in paragraph 1 and 2 your evidence was its reliance on the inspector.
Correct.
Mr. Justice Murray dealt with that in paragraph 89, and that's his conclusion. That's not sufficient, that's his conclusion. He said,
So there was nothing improper in the case, not clear how the claim could have verified the accuracy of the article, or that it was subject to a duty to do so, because the Jail had been capable of assessing the project as it was taking the issue that the fact that newspaper reports are not all data accurate. The article was in any event also evidence that the installation shot was given justified on the claimant's case, the urgency of their application, as it happened shot was in the course of being installed. So it identifies some accuracies in the value possible, that's the point we make knowledge. It also does not commit to the accuracy of the report, and that's something that I'll be picking up in due course with Mr. O'Connor.
yes, the point is that you criticised during the course of this hearing the local authority's reliance on that as part of the evidence base, that it relied on to support its injunctive claim. And the judge did not agree that the local planning authority was wrong to rely on that amongst other things. That's what they said.
Whether the judge made no finding on the accuracy of the report.
There's different points.
In some respects, it would be better if it was inaccurate in all respects.
You understand it's different?
No, I think you always understand.
No. Well, listen to the
You're
question.
alleging that there was an
Let's have the question.
Listen to the question. The judge was considering your argument.
That's wrap up.
The judge was considering your argument that the local planning authority was wrong to rely on guidelines as part of the evidence base that supported its claim for injunction. That was your argument.
No.
Well, then why does
My submission is the Guardian article was wrong and misleading to the extent that I alleged it was wrong and misleading. The judge was neutral on various aspects of it, but acknowledged that some aspects which it was clear were not misleading were sufficient for his purposes. That is not a vindication or an affirmation of the truth of the article.
no cause?
Okay.
This goes to the injunction.
Yes.
How does it relate to the enforcement legislation?
It doesn't, but so that's why I said before lunch, I was quite happy to just read it in the context of the criticisms that Mr. Gray has made of our conduct, which I didn't want to spend any time on. But Mr. Cottle said, in the report, in fairness, if I had a different position to take on these points by reference to the judgment, then he could just witness. So that's why I'm doing an exercise that I regard as utterly irrelevant to the thing I have to decide.
I'm getting lost. Why is this relevant?
I know that from a counsel's point of view, that a High Court judgment is an important document. This judgment, for example, at paragraph 107, says that current position with sharks only partially stored and fully realised is unsatisfactory for all parties. In my view, the balance of convenience lies in favour of granting the mandatory injunction. We've got permission to appeal that. It's now an appeal on the basis of that wrong in law. And paragraph 101 the learned judge concluded it's an important part of the background to the application that artistic and cultural activities have taken place at the site over the course of more than 20 years. This fact is well known to the claimant, full stop. That's a finding. It's part of my client's case that Mr. Johnson wasn't made aware of that. And had he known it, he might have had doubts about ordering the cessation of all display of art installations on the site, had he been told there'd been an accepted history of 20 years previous use. I want to know if there's a particular point that my learned friend is relying on for this judgment, because in fairness, he has to put it to Mr. Gray. He may have just exhausted that process and done exactly what I've asked. He's got nothing more to rely on for this judgment, in which case the point
I don't understand. I'm sorry, you're going to have to do this again. I do not understand. What is the point that you're making?
When a High Court judge hears the argument, looks at the evidence, sees the documents, hears from the witnesses and witness statements, makes findings, one of the findings that he made is material to your case, which is an important part of the background to this application that artistic and cultural activities have taken place at the site for over more than 20 years.
So paragraph that goes to ground D. Paragraph 101 goes to ground D.
I'm not going to exhaust you now with all references in the judgment, but all I want to know is if there's something in this judgment that the planning authority particularly rely on for the purposes of their case, that it ought to be put to Mr. Gray. It may be that we fulfilled that process and there's nothing more that the authority wish to take from the judgment at all, but I certainly will be taking it to the judgment.
So, this point, that paragraph 101 goes to ground D, because it says, artistic and cultural activities have taken place at the site in the course of more than 20 years, and that this fact is well known to the claimant. What do you say about that, Mr. Mayor?
For present, two things. Firstly, this was a judge hearing an interim application where he makes interim findings of facts. He's not making final conclusions of the fact. He does that on the basis of opinion without having the benefit that you have seen the witnesses like cross-examined. So you were in a much better position in that respect than Mr. Justice Murray was to get to the bottom of the position there. The second thing is that if Mr. Cotton continues to do this, and as a consequence you need to refresh yourself about the whole of the judgment, what you will see is that Mr. O'Brien gave witnesses in the proceedings where he acknowledged that in relation to the use of the premises for display from time to time that they were necessary fashion. We've never debated that. The point is when it became material change of use.
So, you're saying this goes to ground D, it proves the use of the land for artistic and cultural activities. You're saying those were ancillary. That's the dispute between you.
That was the evidence that was put forward for a lot of 4 years.
And the claimant's position is that to the extent that art installations have been permitted at the site over the past 20 years, it's been ancillary. That's paragraph 69. So that's actually relevant to ground C. Because if they're telling a High Court judge that to the extent that there's been installations of displays of art installations, that it's an ancillary, and ground C before you is the activities that have taken place, but they don't amount to breach of planning control. That's our case on ground C, and the High Court has been told by the majority that they accept it.
Sorry,
If you want this,
of course.
So say the installation of sharps, however, has non-ancillary use.
That's right, too. So that's the point, which is that Mr. Gray has told you already that his understanding was that enforcement action was triggered by the inflation sharks, where they're saying that the art installations that had previously been on the roof wasn't seen as a material change of use until then, but once the sharks arrived, then looking at the premises as a whole. But I apologise to you for not giving you a heads up on this in my opening by giving you the opening paragraphs, but I didn't want to overburden you because I thought you were looking for a short opening. But we've got all the paragraphs here. We've got an opportunity between now and the resumed hearing for you to read it. We've got a judgment here with both paragraphs, with both of us listing the respective paragraphs for your attention. And so you may be assisted between now and the 15th and the 22nd of September to have an opportunity to digest the judgment at your leisure.
It seems to be, I'm trying to think, just so in my own notes on sharks and various grounds of appeal, my notes to myself is questioning what is the independence case on this, because I don't understand it, and the options that I'm asking myself are, is it a temporary installation? Is it incidental? Is it limited development? Is it an integral part of the activities of tenants? What is your... Yes.
Yeah.
What is sharks? Under what basis are you claiming granting C that it's not a breach of planning control?
That if it's argued that all previous displays were ancillary, which seems to be what what was effectively being said by the council in court in order to justify this extreme and sudden response to sharks by way of an application, is that at that point there was no there was no 2020 enforcement action yet taken.
No notice.
That's right, that came subsequently. So although they hadn't told the court, they had up their sleeve an enforcement notice. One of the issues that became quite important for Mr. Justice as well. Because they got in with an application for an injunction without saying that they had in their pocket well, that was a
Injunction is the only thing you can do to prevent something. Enforcement notice is after it's occurred, after the event. I don't think that we need that. Let's go back to
I think
let's go back to my question. What is your ground C claim on Sharp?
so in order to make out the case against Sharp, they introduced a new patent, which was the canal in combination with the land. So they basically married up the entire width of the canal to utilize arguments that had applied previously only in respect of the buildings and the land in the interest. They then redefined the land for that application as inclusive of the entire width of the canal. And so that enabled them to present a two-sided argument using the history of the land to allege a change of use. And the reality was the only newly affected planning was the canal itself, which is where they knew very well Sharp was about to get. So what there was is that this is going to become very clear in the final period of the 187B injunction, which is scheduled for some time at the beginning of December, but when it will be properly scrutinized. But what they did is by marrying the two units, they borrowed elements from one and used them to make out a case for the other. But boiled down to basics was that in order to have anything constructed to say, in order to make out a case that there was a planning bridge, they had to claim that by placing the sharks on the water, a material change of use was effected. That led them into having to make similar claims in relation to the artworks, the anti-pavilions, the other structures already installed on the land. Which is why you have this change of attack from an attack on what I believe they're calling previously operational development to the change, the material change of use. So then the issue became, and that's why you see the judge referring to the Henniports case and the question that arises as to whether use of the canal for the placement of the sharks in that location amounted to material change of use. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Henniports.
Yes.
Okay. So what we of course is that we can't compare 6 sharks or 5 sharks on the small zoos with a helicopter landing. In particular, the Henniports case made reference to the environmental impacts, and we said that there was a very low impact of 6 temporary plastic sharks. But, as the judgment says, there is a prima facie case, and that's one of the planning issues that, of course, the judge did not consider his territory, and that's why one of the issues for you, I would say, is to determine whether there was such a material change of use on the canal. And what we know is, of course, I don't know how much you want to get into the arguments about the considerations, but I can address it.
It's important to closing submissions that you hear it from the appellant rather than to hear it from me and say, well, I didn't hear it from the appellant. So I think it's important.
Why not material change of use?
I think it needs to be looked in respect. The injunction is expressly based on it pertaining until or expressly limited to such time as whether or not placement of sharks constitutes a planning approach. And of course, the question of whether it represents a material change of use is one of the central contentions. But so what we of course say is that it doesn't represent a material change of use. According to the land trusts themselves, the permitted use of the canal is sui generis, and the pontoons that were sitting there in that mooring for some time now have some plastic sharks on them for a few weeks. Doesn't make for a material change of use.
So the sharks are on a pontoon, not a boat.
That's right, yeah.
So not a navigating vessel.
Well,
Vessel that is.
they were towable, so they'd be equivalent to an unmotorized vessel. But in terms of, for example, how much of the mooring space they took up, that doesn't change because they have a shark on or they dead. But so I think that is a solid question of law. I mean, it remained unresolved even at the Court of Appeal. So you, sir, are charged with the task of determining what is a material change of use in relation to such activity on what's effectively a private mooring. And I'm quite sure there's a certain amount of case law on that, but there's nothing that hits it squarely on the head. So you will be invited to venture into sort of uncharted territory in that respect.
Right.
Well, maybe a day we will.
Obviously, for the legal submissions, you count the number of days in between the shark's arrival and Mr. Justice Morris's judgment and the time they were removed as to whether or not those 4 plastic sharks that Mr. Shortman described didn't have any gadgetry in their heads, occasionally a material change of use.
So, of course, that's certainly a decision that has to be made. And of course,
So going back to my original question, yes or no, is it fair to say the sharks on a pontoon, on a private mooring, were a change of use, but not a material change of use? Is that not question put to you as a layman?
I'm not even sure I can see they were a change of view. Certainly not a material change. The question, of course, is also whether they were, it's the same as whether it's material, whether it's incidental, because it was incidental, it wasn't material. There are a number of facets to that question, but ultimately, yes. The only basis on which the sharks were being attacked is that they were a material change of use, and that was one of the 3-pronged test applied in a 7-point case in the justice assignment, and that's why it was necessary for Justice Murray to conclude that there was a prima facie case, and he considered, not necessarily rightly recently, but he considered that the prima facie case of a material change of use was a sufficient basis to apply an injunction. There were of course other criteria.
We disqualify that legally by anticipating change of use, so it's enough to grant an injunction to be satisfied with that. There's enough of concern expressed by the authority, especially regarding the effect on neighbours, for him to say stop. And that's a different question. But you've seen it. I understand that there is a difference of cascading grounds of appeal, and I quite understand what is in this case, because God believes inconsistent set of facts between an allegation that it's a primary use that's established for so long as to be beyond and immune from enforcement because it's been there for 10 years. And the case, as we understood, that my then friend was content to present to the High Court, which is to the extent of the evidence that there has been this history of the display of art installations. It's ancillary, it's rather like a farm, having produce on the road which people can stop and buy, or a vineyard selling wine, as opposed to bringing in bananas and dog food from elsewhere and converting it into a bigger convenience store, which is something intensified. And we say, if you've got artists, there's a functional relationship between artists and production of artists, production of art and art studios, and the display of that art. But clearly, the drawing room was bringing in artists from elsewhere. And there was a definite primary use going on.
So I've got more questions. I need to go through this to understand. The pontoon on which the sharks were displayed in City Road Basin, is that the same pontoon that they were displayed on at the appeal site? Or is it a different pontoon?
Slightly complicated. Essentially, it's like what happens.
Same pontoon or not?
I'm sorry.
The same pontoon or not?
Yes, the only qualification to that is probably not particularly relevant to the question you're asking, but the brief provided as the platform, the NATO volunteers, as they're there, that you came out and stood when you visited the site and took a look at the air, which are quite substantial quantities. And so, as entered, when James Jordan entered the competition, he envisaged they would be placed on those quantities. So the entry was based on quantities. But when we looked more closely at his proposal, it became evident that those quantities were basically too big and too coiled to achieve the effect of the sharks leaping from the water. And therefore, new, much smaller quantities were acquired that were floodable so that they can be sunk to a level where the shark sits more or less at water level.
So it looks like the shark's coming out.
Exactly.
So you don't see the pontoon.
Which you couldn't have done with the original quantities. So there was a change, but that change really happened during the construction phase.
I just want to have a look at the photos of what I've seen in April.
But those that were in the City Road exit,
Just pause it, just let's look, because in fact we're just taking notes on.
So the pontoon that I stood on Tuesday morning, sharks were never on that pontoon.
That was the brief that those pontoons would be available as I think at that time we offered, there was kind of a concept of coordinating.
But the intention was the sharks would be on that pontoon.
Or one or more of those pontoons, yes. So entries that year were to focus on now, as in 2018, where the barge was available, or pontoons were available, and the same applied in 2020. So the sharks were clearly not conceived for the barge, but they were therefore conceived to use them as pontoons. But the pontoons were basically too big to give what we desired. So quite cheaply, some modular and floodable pontoons were acquired. And that's what we actually sat on.
Do you consider that the pontoon that I stood on Tuesday, that is part of the appeal site?
Well,
It's your property.
well,
No one else occupies.
it was defined as part of the appeal site in the second net by the introduction of the canal.
I get that, but what it will is, if I swam along the canal, climbed up on that pontoon, would you be in a position to say, get off my pontoon, get off my land? You're exclusive.
I'm not that right, but I would say, of course, we own the policies. We had a license for mooring along the bank. And we have a license specific to use our boat, the barge on the jet.
So you own the pontoon, you occupy the pontoon,
We own the pontoons.
and you occupy it. No one else occupies it.
Nah, they're not.
So when I'm considering punitive occupation of the appeal site, it includes the pontoon.
I don't think it's a clear-cut situation in law, but of course,
Well,
that's the point I referred to in opening, which is that I don't accept at the moment that adjoining occupiers of the canal own to the middle of the canal, as in 18th century land law, adjoining properties owned to the middle of a road, or adjoining properties owned to the middle of a river. That property is land covered by water that is not in my client's ownership and wouldn't be transferred by any conveyance. It belongs to the canal, river trust, and is part of the canal, and therefore part of a submission, but different planning.
But we clearly have some rights over it, as established by our end of garden mooring.
End of garden.
That's what the Canal and River Trust call it. And you have
Basically,
basically,
the mooring effectively at the end of the garden.
yeah, which only we can use. Whereas the common, like, free parking, if you like, that is along the towpath side of the canal.
Sorry, so end of garden mooring only we can use. Is that right?
Only we can use it in the sense that only we can access. It doesn't mean we can't allow somebody else to stop it, but we can. It's different from the towpath side, where it's basically lined with free parking. If there's nobody there, if you have a cruising license, which all boats don't have to have, they can pull up and park, but they can't pull up and park on ours because it's under our control.
I'm sure Malone and I would be able to come up with an example of a case where you've got a planning unit, you've got a field land where you've got a license to use the adjoining land. Forget the fact that it's a canal, just imagine it was on two fields, plot A and plot B. That's the situation where you own one and you've got a license to use the part of that.
So in terms of how far the Sharks installation got, I think 4 of them made it to the water. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
It's shown into the water adjacent to the hillside.
Yes.
They're shown on the front of the appeal statement, yes.
And then they remained until, well, actually mid-October by the time the injunction, which was, well, the first injunction was discharged.
So sorry, they went in the water when?
They went in the water on the 20th of August.
went in the water 20th of August 2020, and they were there till mid-October 2020. No application.
Yes. That was because of the time it took for a further hearing, for the initial injunctions of being discharged, for there to be judgment on which, of course, input was invited, and then for an expiry period of the mandatory injunction, the new very mandatory. The point recommendation to Sharks is, and I think that's what Mr. Cotton will say, that if we look at the appellate with the responsible case on what was going on with art installations, which they seem to acknowledge a series of, put it this way, at best, they claim that by there being some discontinuity, well, for example, the gallery did not have any exhibition, but nevertheless there might have been an exhibition for a month, then there was a period where it was vacant, and there was another exhibition, such like. But those, they were purely incidental. So that level of activity for display of art, according to them, their argument advanced before the judge, Justice Murray, and accepted by Justice Murray to the extent that he recognised that was their argument. This display of art was incidental. Now, if you compare the intensity of that display of art, which they say the court accepted was incidental, and you look at the display of art the Sharks represented, and it says the duration, it's quite inconsistent to claim that in respect of the one, it was manifestly incidental, but in the case of the Sharks, it was clearly a material change of years.
What was the anticipated duration of Sharks?
A few weeks or maybe 2-3 months maximum. They wouldn't allow them in the sun that way because they were not built to have that kind of longevity. But the prima facie argument was acknowledged, and that's the prima facie argument that the judge, of course, effectively handed back to you.
So, Sharks, not material change of use, is the position.
Is the baseline, yeah. But of course, like with the other grounds, even if it was concluded it was not material change of use, temporary planning permission for 3 months, for example, would be all necessary in order for the shops to have the short display life at their
We talked about temporary permission, I've totally got that. And then the ponting and mooring, you see that as part of your property.
I'd say seeing it on our properties is putting it a bit strongly, but for practical purposes, of course, the pontoons, and actually it's worth looking at the 2005 application for the 3 barges.
I recall the diagram.
Yeah, and of course, to access the barges, it's necessary to have a very much more extensive series of pontoons because you need to be able to walk along to access those 3 barges which ran the process mooring and indeed before. to the moorings outside Kemp. So, in a sense, pontoons go hand in hand with moorings. I mean, some boats you couldn't easily get on. The barge is a bit of a different case because it stands so high above the water. Many rivers without a pontoon, you don't have
Mr. Cottle, is there anything else that I need to grasp before I go away and read this document in a little 10? Mr. Justice Murray.
Well, it is a matter of submission. I apologise, my friend, but it is a matter of submission that as a result of this unfortunate newspaper report, the case presented to the High Court on the best intentions of local authority perhaps, but Mr. Shorten said without asking us what was actually involved, was on the basis of an exaggerated notion.
I've totally got that.
61 square metres, laser noise, was it? What Mr. Shorten told you yesterday is simple.
I've understood that.
May I finish the suggestion? The picture is not complete without seeing what was put to Mr. Justice Johnson to obtain the original injunction and his comments on it. Now, it's not in evidence, as it were, but once we start looking at this in that detail, and given that it seems to be Mr. Bedling's desire to defend the local authority against what we're of course alleging is an intentional misleading of the court. With the only component
Also,
except property
so I'd like to recall that's being said by this witness under evaluation. The local authority is deliberately attempting to mislead.
that's all over the documents.
Oh, you're only revelation there, Mr. Gray. If you want to repeat it, you go right ahead.
Well, you've already accused me of it, and I acknowledge it. And that's the way I
Stop. The links on Potemkin on the sharks are appendix D in that table that you referred to for the collapse of Potemkin. It's got the same date for the
Just
sharks.
remind me of that.
That was 25th of October 2021 for the sharks. It was Potemkin the 2nd of February 2021. Although, and you've also got a picture of what you saw without going to your phone.
Yeah, it's just my name. And where is that table?
That's at the end of appendix D to Mr. Gray's proof.
And in the context of art displays on the wall, I think it is appropriate to have regard to Edinburgh, because of course Edinburgh was the winner in 2018. Is quite conspicuous, to put it mildly. A kind of yellow Zeppelin from 1934 working arch. That had been installed on the canal at our mall and it remained there for 2 years. Admittedly, not all the time inflated, but certainly periodically inflated. And yet, the local authority were happy to go into court and say, shock, horror, 4 shafts are about to be installed, constituting a material change of use on account of being a display of art, notwithstanding the big yellow Zeppelin that had been engaged in exactly the same display of art. Without question.
Just stop there a minute. So in paragraph 47 of your proof, this was going to be one of my questions to you later, but I think now it's in there. You say the 2018 airdrop, water on the land as defined in pages, is not enforced against. And I want to know from you, I'm probably going to council's witness on this as well. Does that remain in your view in light of the requirements 2020 enforcement notice numbered 3
To remove all
And
art
7,
installations.
remove or cease the use of land for displaying art installations, given the land defined in the regulations as an aircraft is or has been, and then require removal of art installations in the near term. So really again, requirement 3, cease the use of land for displaying art installations. Would that catch everyone?
Well, I would have thought so, because it's very difficult to construe any like that. But because trying to construe the respondent's case has been always such a task, I actually asked them, and I did that pursuant effectively to their policy. And indeed I've done it more recently in relation to Watchtower and
Yeah, so requirement 3. Airdraft is caught by it or not, or you don't know.
they won't say.
They won't say, so you don't know.
There is a clarification in the enforcement notice, there's a clarification in the stop notice.
I've seen it.
And both of them qualify, I would say, consistently with the case law that my own friend was relying on, to the effect that aircraft went into the category of incidental displays of art that weren't caught by the enforcement steps. And this was an answer that was
Well, on the face of it, the answer is no, airdraft is not, because it's for economy. Once he was ordered to do so by the Ministry of Court, produced a witness statement that will work out, where he's giving evidence that said that the correct interpretation of that was that there was no requirement to remove either displays of art on the roof, or indeed any structures, either on the roof or on the canal. So, I mean, it's one of those stark kind of contradictions. We have an enforcement notice demanding removal of all art installations, or ceasing the use for land as art installations. And
It's really important for the council to explain to you.
I absolutely agree with what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to understand what your thought was, because you said, it seems quite confidently, if it's not enforced against, and that wasn't the way that I read the notice. So that's what I wanted to ask you, revisit that.
So we can deal with that.
Right, brilliant, great, okay, right. Can I return to Mr. Beckton? I've been very patient. Go back to your examination. That was very helpful to me, so thank you for indulging me. Really something to think about. Go away and read Mr. Justice Mullins and all the required.
But we digressed into that after my suggestion that the complete picture is only achieved by the case before Mr. Justice Johnson, who gave the emergency injunction. And that's not the point.
So I don't have that in evidence.
No, I would like you to have it if you agree to accept it.
Is it relevant?
well, there's rather a nice observation he made, but you'll see the basis of the case that was put before Mr. Johnson, which didn't include the accepted fact that has been the history of art installations taking place on the site.
But I think there are some telling things that were said when there was nobody else there. So when they had the exclusive year for Mr. Justice Johnson, as they did, because they were ex parte on an emergency basis, they were, of course, at liberty to present their case in a way that they were constrained from doing what they had outside.
I think we ought to move on from time and leave to submission. I'm not sure you really have, but there was an aside from Mr. Justice Johnson. You'll be able to get it read tonight, something about a loss of sense of humour.
I think he said it's easy to see this being seen as a massive sense of human failure on the part of the bank. But I think that's an aside. I don't think it's important to read that decision.
Okay, right, Mr. Beckton.
Yes.
Sorry. Are you able to?
I am, but it's been quite to decide what would I call these two things. First of all, in any land notice application, there is an obligation on the person who made the application.
Application
for an injunction. It actually applies to any land notice proceedings, but so it applies to injunction proceedings. If the other side calls for a notice, then we have to make it available. So it's not something that's done in secret, and then the other side don't know what they're doing.
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear it.
Sorry, there is an obligation on any person who makes a claim for without notice of injunction. If the other side calls for a notice of hearing,
If the other side calls
for a notice of hearing in front of the judge when they weren't present.
Which is,
please just don't interrupt, just let me hear what you're saying.
That notice is provided. So the suggestion that Mr. Gray has made that, as it were, someone who appears without notice in front of a judge can just say that they're not, and there's no prospect of getting sort of finding out, so that we would think that
That's
they're
what
saying
they-
in 7 days. Because
no,
that's not what, as a matter of the way the court process works. The second thing I'll ask you is that at 10 to 4, on day 4 of this inquiry, Mr. Gray has asked you to accept further documents into evidence, and in particular, the judgment of Mr. Justice Johnson. The third thing that I want to say is that if there is going to be a kind of textual analysis of paragraph 1 and paragraph 69 of the judgment of Mr. Justice Murray, we need to bear in mind what he was dealing with at the time, which was an interim application, and we need to bear in mind what he was addressing in paragraph 61, which was the suggestion that the display of art was a new control because it had been going on for more than 10 years. So when you read what he said in paragraph 69, you need to bear in mind the context in which those words were spoken, also the fact that as he acknowledged, it wasn't for him to determine the planning merit at all. He needed to work out essentially was whether we come to respect and review that. And it was in the context of all of those things that he said the claimant's position is that to the extent that art installations have been permitted by EU projects and claimant at the site over the last 20 years, it has been as an ancillary route to the principal being use of the site. Now, if there is going to be some tortuous attempt to make those words to mean that the local authority was saying that everything that had happened prior to Sharks was incidental and that's how the authority treated it, then we will have to produce, I suspect, pretty much all of the material before Mr. Justice Murray, and that's just not appropriate. It's completely it's to waste this inquiry's time. This judgment by itself is a footnote, or ought to be a footnote in all of this, because you will go away and make your own mind up. The only reason I'm not is because Mr. Collins specifically asked me to put points relating to Mr. Gray's allegations to him, and that's what I've done. And it risks taking on a life of its own that will not assist you in finding answers. But I'm just putting this market there now because both sides are thinking about the ever-increasing costs.
I've made a note.
Great.
And you tend to cross-examination.
So,
And I'm going to be too tired by 5 o'clock to carry on, and I expect
so, Greg, turning back to what was the matter of Mr. Justice Murray. In relation to your proof of evidence and where you deal with ground level on the set enforcement notice, it's right to say, and this is a yes or no question, there is no policy analysis by you of policies locally or nationally.
in relation to ground level
Yes.
in 2019.
We're on the
2020.
at least for some time.
Congratulations. No policy analysis.
Yes or no, Mr. Gray?
I'm trying to work out what you mean by policy analysis. Ground in 2020, we're talking about material change of use.
Yes.
I thought material change of use was something that arises out of the town and planning. And so the argument about whether there's a material change of use, I didn't realise it would be policy so much as statute. But if you tell me there is policy,
Mr. Gray, the answer from the inspector is just confirmed that his own comfort. There is no discussion of relevant local or national policy. Your ground in relation to the 2020 policies.
but I am interested in what policy I should be aware of.
That is something we look at.
I know it is.
In relation to ground F, we looked in the context of the 2019 enforcement process at the fact that there was a close mirror, if you recall, between the allegations in the process and the steps that were required and taken by the office. And I took you to the authorisation that was given to take all the steps necessary to ensure that those steps take part. In relation to the 2019 enforcement process, we looked at the fact that there's a close mirror between what the allegation is and the steps that were required. So that, as I said to you, it was obvious the purpose of the process was to regulate the breaches of the plan. You remember that passage?
No, purely from allegations of immunity loss. That's as it may be. But what's the point that you're actually asking me to
The point is that exactly the same logic is apparent from the 2020 enforcement process. And I'm wondering if we need to go through it in the same exercise or whether you're prepared to accept, because presumably you refresh the model of what the process says. But that is true.
What is true?
Let's have a look at it.
Can I ask just many things along? I think Mr. Becker, the point that you're trying at is that what's alleged in the 2020 enforcement practice is also what's required to stop in the 2020 enforcement practice. Right, I pick that up. I don't really need more than that because I'm really clear on my view on ground F. And having read this to the proof, I'm clear in the question where I might go with that. And I don't know if we
Great, that just leaves ground G. In relation to ground G, Mr. Gray, we've dealt with that page 33, paragraph 115. And you have not outlined there any factual basis for why the inspectors are reminded of notice to. It should take longer than a month. Correct.
First thing is that they notice to no more than that.
Thank you. In relation to just a couple of short examples, just first, factual clarity in relation to the 2017 decision letter that we've spent some time discussing.
Yes.
You launched a legal challenge in relation to that letter.
Yes.
And that legal challenge failed. And it failed at the point where permission for the legal challenge was not granted, which means that the High Court didn't think it raised an ongoing case. Correct? Correct.
sorry, when you say legal challenge, you just your review.
Yeah, statutory.
So challenge the decision.
Sorry, yes.
And that was the point that was brought to an end. That's on the basis that it didn't raise an argument. In relation to viability, you say quite a bit during your evidence of achievement as to what might or might not happen to the site in the future. The simple fact is that there's no viability material in this respect at all. What are you doing? Well, you were making suggestions about how the site may or may not be used in the future, depending on what happens to the anti-including competition.
So we did need viability information to see that blocks of residential flats that comparable densities could be applied to those sites. We probably yield 70 to 100 flats, and we did need detailed viability analysis to work out that that's going to produce a greater land value than the modest revenue that arises from an artist studio. Why would I produce viability analysis? Blinding the obvious proposition.
That's the extent of the point you're making, Mr. Gray. I'm grateful. I need to take it any further. Thank you for the last point, and you need to build a perception to find the right reference. Just do that. There is one of the things the statement has. I think there were I think it's appendix 15 to be stated in the text. Yes, it's an article which starts on page 307. That's it.
Appendix 15.
Yes, I think it's appendix 15. I think it starts on page 307. Go to 307. That is an article starting this year's anti-controls. Everything like that.
Sorry, page?
The article starts 307.
Thank you.
This one?
So yes, that's right. Yes, thank you.
Foreseeing by the shots.
And so we go forward to page 309.
Well, hang on, let's establish where this article saying comes from.
It's in your document.
Well, that doesn't mean I know where the origin of every document without knowing it can be. I'm totally sorry to say, I think that makes it more clear. It's not obvious that it might be. Oh, and we should write that's the architect's newspaper. Okay, so what would you like to do?
309. It's a relatively simple point, but I thought it was easier to ask it by reference to a document.
It definitely is. Just be easy to be sure.
309, paragraph 2, bearing in mind when this has been written towards the end of last year. armed with a fearless leader in the form of Gray and an enthusiastic social media campaign, began to encourage our to send letters into the invasion soldiers via the Hacking Council by October 8th, hearings were scheduled for October 14th. And just as an observation, Mr. Gray, in terms of the approach that we've adopted to sharks and to these enforcement notices generally, is it fair to characterise that you have been active on social media, advising people if it was their view to get these proposals, what you were required to?
Yes, social media is certainly used to notify people of the issues that are being
Do you have any idea, again, you don't know very well, how much time was spent attempting to do that broad level of objection might make to what you approach?
the big problems?
Yes, do you think how many hours by you, or most probably some of your members of staff, was spent trying to see how many people might want to object to the approach to the authorities proposed today?
How many hours somebody spent on social media? Little.
You don't.
No, I didn't.
Fair enough.
I didn't do it. I don't have a social media team. So actually, most of it's probably done by supporters rather than a staff of mine. So, but what I saw did not really hit time.
It's great. Thank you very much.
Just to be clear, my late friend hasn't asked the witness about loss of office space and hasn't asked the witness about vitality of town centres or any questions like that at all. And again, it's just a question of fairness, that if there's a point on loss of employment floor space, they will be reliable. This is the time really for Mr. Gray to answer it.
So I don't have any factors for Mr. Gray on that. He doesn't know the policy. So I'm not proposing to open up another can of worms by asking a series of questions related to policy. I think that every opportunity, either himself or through his professional team, who answers the group's matters that you've got to take.
But he's sworn the contents of the supplementary that deals with the issue. There's no challenge to the contents of that.
So no further questions? Great, yes. My list of questions for you have been asked. I don't think it was really through. Yeah. Yeah, one question is asked. It's 4:10. I'm taking a bit of comfort break, 15 minutes until 4:25.
Just a few questions in the examination.
Yeah, but I will. I'm still got 18. How's that? It's hard to
No, I think we've got that in already.
So we won't fit the
Right, Mr. A couple of questions on re-examination for Mr. Gray.
So I do apologise if some of my questions are going over ground you've already seen, but you've heard a lot of material, and I'm just going to try and restrict it to the very narrowest of points. But I do apologise if you say, well, I'm already aware of that, and move on very quickly. But if I could ask you, please, Mr. Gray, to look at Appendix 9, at page 104, 105, and 106. And the
104.
105 and 106.
Okay.
And you were asked a lot of questions about what was said at the time of the 2001 application and what was said at the time of the decision letter that we know was issued in February 2005. And the point that I wish to ask you about is whether there are other things going on that meant that Hackney were aware of the activities at the appeal site, other than the appeal decision of Susan Simpson.
Mr. And of course, this is one of them. We're extremely aware of the campaign to defeat the compulsory purchase.
But when The Independent, for example, at page 106, talked about Tannery Arts providing cheap studios and gallery space, is that article inaccurate or is it accurate? The highlighted part.
I didn't trust the press very much, but the highlighted part, yeah, just read that. Technical Council will apply the site from us for great review. Well, with the fact it's cheaper, that's a minor inaccuracy. The premises, but limited to Tannery Arts in 1996, and by cheap studios and gallery space to aspiring artists.
Now, you were also asked some questions in relation to exhibitions and the intervals between exhibitions, and the inspector is well aware of the issue as to whether or not an enforcement notice could have been served in any interval. What happens with exhibitions? You know how we arrive at this inquiry. We arrive at sort of 9:10 for a 9:30 kick-off, and then we close and we pack up our things and go. Is it the same with an art exhibition, that you can roll it out the morning that people arrive and pack it away as soon as they've gone? What sort of installation time and packing up time?
Of course, depends on the exhibition. Are you asking how long it might take to set up?
Some of these exhibitions in the drawing room, yes.
I would say probably a typical interval where there was a closely packed exhibition schedule might be 2 or 3 weeks. I would say maybe a month. It wouldn't take that long normally to just hang installations, but there's transportation of materials and works and this is the usual exhibition. So I would say the kind of exhibitions that were being run by the drawing room typically in that 2 to 4 weeks between.
And one of the issues in this case about displaying art installations is the question that was picked up by my late friend with Caroline Roth, which was to distinguish between use of the premises for display of art installations and use of the premises for publicly accessible sort of gallery use. So you can have art on display, but without sort of publicly advertised access. I think one of the examples that you gave was something to do with Bob and Roberta Smith saying there was some history of artists operating in the way, wanting a space to put their work on display, but not as an advertised. Can you tell the inspector slightly about were all displays publicly advertised?
No, not necessarily. I mean, these were relatively prestigious exhibitions. Of course, they were sponsored by kind of establishment organisations. I think the Arts Council was a routine support.
What did you mean by it was a fashion at the time? I think you said about artists wanting to.
Yeah, I mean, there was a famous show called Freeze, which I think was a book of historians who traced a lot of the kind of the era of great ferment and enthusiasm, excitement in the British art scene, which was, I guess, what Caroline was kind of engaging with, which was things like people would just go into a squat and put on an exhibition for their friends. It wasn't forced. And indeed, rougher and readier the premises, probably the more appeal it had in the alternative art community. And so that there would be almost guerrilla art, the things that could happen in places that possibly wouldn't get known by the artists.
Question is whether it was happening at the appeal side. Interest us.
I'm just kind of painting a picture of how the art scene would have worked with artists who were not sufficiently established to take up their places in Court Street galleries. And yes, that's how it worked. There would be small scale exhibitions that would have perhaps been an individual artist or two having an idea, wanting to do something, and asking if they could use a space to do it with perhaps no more than a few of their friends. But yeah, that was how the art world for kind of unestablished artists was working at that time, and it was kind of particularly part of the culture. So yes, there were all kinds of little things, but probably I would have been, because I'd have had an objection to some of a space where it wasn't used other than, and the girls running the room with no doubt accommodating anyway.
What sort of relationship is there in between the people who are working, for example, we know that the inspector saw the premises, and I think went into the studio of Michael Armitage is there at the moment. What sort of relationship is there between people under the roof of the appeal site and the exhibitions? Is it the drawing room mostly stuff brought in from elsewhere, or is it mostly people working at the site?
So I'm not sure the answer arises directly from anything cross-examination. I'll just say that once and avoid saying it.
The quite intensive program of exhibitions with small pieces, often featuring multiple artists, then these had to be from outside artists for a large part. It would be quite common that the in-house set-piece artist was a participant in the show, but it would constitute a pretty small minority of the works on display.
And moving on to the question of ticketing for Potemkin.
Yes.
Your son gave evidence in relation to who was responsible for the ticketing. Was it? Do you know about that?
That was done by Architecture Foundation, and I think the chap who basically looked after the program, and his name slipped my mind. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He was somebody who specialised in sort of pop-up events, mostly in.
Now, I want to take you to what I've got, which is the first exhibit that my learned friend went to when questioning Harley Gray. Now, I've got it as the attachments to the January 2020 grounds of appeal, and I think we were told it was Appendix 4, but I haven't found it there. It's material regarding Potemkin Theatre, and it was where my learned friend was reading about the tickets number, but I've got it at page 134 in the attachments to the January 2020 grounds on statement of case for the first appeal. I wonder if
That's a long reference. Can you?
in January 2020,
January, only in grounds of appeal.
maybe it's the statement of case summary grounds, and there's 184 pages. Exhibits A to Q.
So exhibit R, Potemkin Theatre anti-pavilion presentation.
Well, I've got it down as page 130.
Appendix 4.
Page 134.
Appendix 4 sounds like an easier reference.
There's a lot
Page
of
number?
134 to 181. A lot of diagrams involving Potemkin Theatre.
Yeah, this would have been the very detailed submission.
Now the question is on page 134.
Yep.
And it's the picture right at the bottom left-hand corner of the page. It's in tiny form, and it says still from Monoka, Tati.
Yes.
Also, Kulo's apartment on the top floor is reached by securities route up various staircases across a landing, down an otherwise staircase, along exterior terrace, around the side of the building, and up around another flight of stairs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go through to page 181, there's various diagrams concerning structure. The question is this. You referred to a very experienced structural engineer.
Yes.
And the way that the authorities, I understand it, are saying it's a dubious quality design. They question whether or not it's shoddy. I just want you to talk about, I think the Harvard touched on this.
It's not uninformed point. The structural engineering department was from a big international multidisciplinary practice called AKC2. And I often use this as an example of how there is quite evidently far more design and engineering initiative that has to go into producing the very detailed and extremely meticulous and very accurate drawings as they turned out when it came to construction. This is an example of how the design skill, the shared drawing, design, craft, and the engineering involved, not very complex engineering, but nevertheless throughout the engineering involved. And by my estimation, the amount of drawing and design effort that goes into producing a structure like this evidently probably exceeds the entirety of the building on which it stands by a factor of at least 10. So some junior planning officer saying, oh, it's insubstantial, it looks flimsy, is just a typical crass comment.
If you look at page 139 and 140 and 141, was it well designed or not?
It was superbly detailed. It was, this particular application was blinding for the sheer level of professionalism that was brought to bear on such a modest structure. And Ted Swift and Paul Nage had worked together in a well-known architectural practice called Process and Shaw, and they spent probably 2 or 3 years together on David Hurst's gallery in Newport Street, and so they developed a good working relationship. In a context of the most money well object design and preparation, and it stands as an outstanding example of how it massively outstrips the sophistication of the host building as it's referred to by such a margin. It's like comparing the garden shed as opposed to field.
And if we go to the Whittle House drawings next, page 86, you were asked about how things were put together, exploded view of the same exhibit.
Sorry, you want to get that page 86?
Yes, please, because you were asked about the way it was put together. The design of the parts that you're referring to is on page 87, is that correct?
Yeah, this is the Wicklow House, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible for the sophistication to be drawing. Is that what you're suggesting? It needs,
No, but you were asking questions about what they comprise. And again, the authority's point is that really it doesn't qualify as an example of good design. Do you agree with that? This is dubious quality.
no, not at all. The corrugated cardboard construction, which incidentally has not survived in subsequent kind of developments. The original rolled cardboard one, which was the proof of concept, has given way to, and this is, if you like, the first edition, then this is the collector's version, because now, sadly, the company have discovered that they can actually make these house form sections out of ply and stuff in a way that makes the original cardboard concept obsolete in the way production is now effective. But the rolled cardboard in itself is certainly the central interesting feature of the construction.
Should the inspector accept the planning authority's case? It's questionable shoddy design or
Well, shoddy design, certainly not. The machine, it was a huge machine comes from the back of an Arctic truck, was constructed at enormous expense to be able to roll those sections on site, and it was imagined, it was conceived for relief housing in emergency zones where some rapid build and capable of being right on the spot. That was the solution was required. So it was innovative in a number of ways, and the suggestion it's shoddy is not at all.
And if we turn, please, finally, to Appendix 12, page 29, and Appendix 13 at page 90.
One at a time.
Their requests, the questionnaire, 12 at page 29, and Appendix 13 at page 90. These are emails sent by you.
Appendix 12, page 29, and what's the other one, please?
Appendix 13, page 90. And if, for example, for ease of reference, you've got Appendix 13, page 90 open, you can see that it's an email of the 7th of September 2020, and it's to Mr. O'Connor. Do you have page 90, sir?
Oh, sorry.
And in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph down, we again close the checklist template the relevant policies were actually sent to the LPA by email 23rd of December, and it's the 23rd of December email that we've seen in the earlier Appendix 12 of 29, sir. And that attaches the policies that have been referred to in the enforcement notices, asking the authority for responses to how the appeal site conflicts with the policies. Is that correct?
That's right. And the reason behind that is, of course, they, through the draft of policies, most of which are called kitchen sink policies, policies that offer mostly platitudes. Platitudes that can, in most cases, be used equally successfully to approve or refuse the very same application.
Did you understand which parts of the policy they were relying on?
Well, of course, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I understood that. Yes, understanding of the policy.
And these were the questionnaires you sent to them asking for an answer.
Perhaps just as importantly, if I might add, this the other letter you're talking about, which was actually addressed to Mr. Nicholson. Yeah, this without reading all through, it was one of a whole series of letters I wrote to him, because the ECB obvious person said he would like to engage constructively with anti-pavilion machinery, given his title was, I think, cabinet member for.
I've got no other questions for you, Mr. Gray.
Very good.
A long day. Thank you very much.
Is there anything we can usefully discuss now about the track changes version of the notice?
Well, I still believe.
I kind of want to go away and think about it, so I'm clear about how we're going to collect the notice, if at all, rather than going on.
Fine. I'm quite willing to assist you as much as we can, but I still ask for the issue to be parked until Mr. Connor's evidence.
Okay, so can you tell?
That's the easiest time. And you cottoned on to the point about whether or not there are any existing ancillary development rights that should be protected by the notice. The clarification of the enforcement notice probably needs further clarification in the context of which planning unit is referring to. And you got the point today as well as whether or not the C3 use is a separate planning unit. You got the point about whether the canal is a separate planning unit. But we're not entirely content with the reference to production of art. I don't have it in front of me, without the accompanying reference to the use class, which is actually referred to by Mr. O'Connor in the final paragraphs of his proof. He's referring to class E, and he's referring to class F and G in the final paragraphs of his proof.
So are you saying that use class should be identified, or should
I suggest that it belt and braces, you can do both. You can do as much as you can for the sake of clarity.
Sorry. Limited. You're asking me to do as much as I can in terms of the sake of clarity.
That's right.
What's going on?
That's right. And I ask you to amend, for example, if Mr. O'Connor, in his evidence, accepts that actually the allegation of present use of cinema, whatever might have been the backdrop to the George's presentation, that the present use of cinema wasn't actually going on. It was part of approving the concept that happened in 2019. At the time of the 2020 notice, there was no use of the premises as a cinema. We could delete from the enforcement notice allegations that are not material. That's also relevant to the first enforcement notice, to look at that in the light of changed circumstances. Because we can't use tennis.
So, you're saying delete cinema, why is that?
Well, I'm saying park it until we've heard from Mr. O'Connor.
But can I just know what your thoughts are at this time? We want to revisit them.
Well,
just to help my thinking.
we maintain that if you understand the use of premises as advertised as a cinema, people will come along to the premises expecting to see a film, and the premises are using advertising programs and so on. What happened here was 6 events in connection with the approving of the concept of Potemkin, confined incidents in early September 2019, and for the 2020 notice to allege that there's currently then.
So delete cinema because it's not material, delete cinema because it's not occurred. So B is vulnerability.
It would be B, not occurring at the time of the 2020 notice.
Not occurring? It's not the wording of the act.
Not right. Well, I'll park it Friday afternoon.
You're smiling at me like I might be right.
You're right.
Right,
You
okay.
are.
Can I be clear? The local authority are still contending, are they, that a primary use was cinema?
No, it still is.
They are still contending.
Yeah, until
So why would we
Ground B is what you're saying on ground B, the ground B, you're saying it's never occurred. It's not correct to approach ground B on the basis that it's not occurring, because that's not what the act says. So if it occurred, you can't succeed in ground B. That's why I'm trying to clarify what you're deletion of the cinema on ground B and ground C.
We say that the circumstances in which it occurred wasn't the use of the premises as a cinema. It was part of the concept of the Potemkin concept, which was being approved. It was confined to an artistic display at that time, not use of the premises as a cinema, as people commonly understood it.
That sounds like ground C.
So, well, it's late on a Friday afternoon, but I just parked that issue for the time being.
But if the council is still contending that it was used as a cinema, unless they give that up, surely we have an argument about the validity of the notice insofar as it alleges.
Okay, but I've got from you why it is what I needed at this point. So, you're saying delete cinema. Other corrections?
Well, the question of vagueness in social gatherings, because dictionary definitions of social gatherings is you could have a football crowd, you could have us here as a gathering. It's a very vague addition. We know what Mr. Foreman was talking about. We were talking about events in association with the installation of displaying art. And we know events in a more precise language and definition. But we believe that social gathering possibly involve 3 people.
So,
Deciding what it means at the premises before going on to the pub.
so
Social gathering.
So this court, you're comfortable with the phrase event space, you're not comfortable with the phrase social gathering.
That's exactly it.
Anything else in terms of corrections that I can go over and think about?
Well,
The holding of any of this,
That's
just
right.
like the debate.
The other side of the opening submission was the situation in Mansi where the Secretary of State was directed to amend the notice. I know my lady friend has got subsequent authority saying it's not obligatory for you to do this. But my submission is, again, for the sake of clarity, to protect an ancillary use accepted by the authority before Mr. Justice Murray. If you find on the ground C, the 2 would follow.
So if I find a use as ancillary, that identify it as such in a corrected allegation, and which uses would that apply to?
Because you don't accept that the installation of art is primary use, you don't accept that there's been
You're saying if I find that the installation of art is ancillary, then I shall identify it as an ancillary use and protect allegations.
so that it's allowed to continue without risk of a further enforcement notice when there's another display of art because somebody is confused as to what was required under an enforcement notice. You can abundantly be clear that it's permitted. Safeguard it. And you could also safeguard events in association with the display of art installations, as Mr. Frome's opinion would be commensurate with enhancing and protecting the conservation area because it encourages people into the environment and to experience the conservation area.
And then restaurants and bar?
We've got no, well, restaurant, again, it's the occurred or occurring, and again, it's the confusion between ancillary and the language of incidental. I was looking at the Harrods case, and it seems to me that the language is almost interchangeable. But if one has regard to the concept of de minimis, which is too little to count, then we would say that a restaurant is described as doing a favour for a friend over a confined period where authorities were encouraging open air eating when there wasn't any inside eating, was too small to count as a material change of use.
Particularly including there was no accommodation associated with it apart from a couple of boardrooms, and they had no kitchen except for basically a camp kitchen, as you would have at a campsite accompanying your tent. So to present that as restaurant is stretching it, particularly 28 days.
Where did this occur? Was it northwest or was it central south?
Northwest, and it was confined to, you remember we went up the scaffold stairs and through the controversial hatch to the
Right, so it was in the area where Temkin was.
It's that flat roof, but back towards the stair access. So the other end, the south end.
So it wasn't south central, that flat roof there, because I still have a couple of big barbecues there. It wasn't there.
Where the watchtower is, so basically it's the south end of the watchtower.
I think there's a photograph of it somewhere between the Whittle House and the Beach House, as I understood it.
Well, the beach house is on the last floor,
Yeah.
and it was sandwiched between the south side of the Whittle House and the limit of the northeast, or rather northwest roof. So, I don't know if you can recall, as you came up the stairs to access the roof via the scaffold stairs internally, up through the hatch that was open to access the roof. Immediately there, at that point, was a few tables, a few temporary tables and chairs. Basically. That was the location.
Right, I think I'll go back to my pre-inquiry notes. We still have council's witnesses to do. We're giving up on Thomas Randall Page, are we?
I had to give up on him today because he was fully committed to a teaching program in Austria, but if we've got a new date, it might be possible to bring him in.
Well, so we will establish through a test with the council before we even ask to hear from him. So he's got to have a different situation, he's got to have a different bandwidth, there's got to be different location, it's got to be tested before we even ask him.
So, a couple of points. First, you think to be working on the street, facilities, I understand that you've raised yours, having the internal information without being able to see the person giving the information. Second, it's for the appellants to go first, they know that they go forward. We do have to start on those reporting on something where we got time to begin that exercise.
To be fair,
I'm not expecting to hear from him. Or there's there's been ample opportunity. The dates were agreed by you. You objected to a virtual client, so I'm inclined to say that's it.
I'm happy to abandon it, but in fairness, I would say the timetable has been thrown completely off.
Well, no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't, because you agreed these 4 dates, and that witness not yet, and the attempts to communicate with them have not worked.
It was based on all the estimates that were given by Mr. Baker.
No, I'm not discussing that any further. We've had 4 days.
Okay,
we agreed those dates.
we won't be calling appendix.
Right, so we're done with the appellant's witnesses as far as I'm concerned. There was a mention earlier in the week of an interested party that I was to expect to hear from. Iman Asghari, sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Yeah, he was here, I think, the day, either yesterday or the day before, but now he won't be able to make it.
So he wanted to press on, we took a decision, better for you to hear the evidence at that stage.
I just wonder, I don't know who's that in the audience, so I don't know if someone's going to be very disgruntled if I don't check this.
Absolutely.
He or she, I don't know, of course. Okay, right, so no one's sort of telling me that I desperately need to hear from this person on that point, so I can probably discount them, which means that I've heard the representation of interested parties who wanted to speak. So that means we've got council's witnesses to do, planning conditions and obligations. Now, I have read the schedule to provide you. It's very limited. Is there any progress that can be made on some common ground on planning conditions?
So given this one, I think that's something we can take out of what we're trying to get some progress.
Great, that would be great. If I can just put a marker down that I'm expecting that in conversations between you.
Yeah.
To see, because some of the conditions, if I were to allow any of the ground area stuff, some of them really obvious can be dealt with, and some of them I can see straight away that there will be things that aren't agreed, so it's good to know what the appellant's view is on conditions, or perhaps the council will aware thought about it, or not, someone will come up with some better writing or whatever. There definitely is some matters of precision in there that struck me, and I know that sometimes comes from rapid drafting, so perhaps they can be looked at a bit more carefully. And I won't worry too much about the document, I think you'll expect to see something better. Okay. Site visit. Do either of you going to go inside the site again?
I would like to discuss that question with my client and come back to you on that.
Okay. I did find Monday very helpful. The couple of things I wanted to check about, I think they're things that I could do unaccompanied, so I'll want to hear from you on the site visit. Because again, that's going to take up another half hour, then half hour back, probably now we're looking at it's like 2 hours before we've done everything. Enclosing conditions and costs. So
just before we move away from the site, you asked us to put our heads together to come up with potentially a route as to the places you might go to.
yeah, I haven't detected anything in the groups. A lot of lines of, it's really important that the inspector stands here and use this, nothing I picked up on that. And a lot of areas, if you didn't want a big housing site, it could be a few, 2 miles away or something. That's obviously really time consuming to do them right around. So if you're aware of those kind of viewpoints, know in advance what I can get if you do them. But I've not picked up on anyone like that.
We won't push to make it more onerous than it needs to be for you. So we'll put our heads together and see whether there's a way we can reduce the time it takes.
So we can introduce it to you, and if you consider that full spectrum, that actually going further than you need to go, consider that as an actual judgment for you.
Yeah.
But I suspect it will just be particularly a couple of months, and you, as it were, walking the total, which you may have done.
Done that a couple of times. Yeah.
I imagine I might have done.
Could I just add one point that my lady friend didn't cross-examine Mr. Gray about loss of employment floor space, and you asked in your note pre-inquiry as to why the authority was relying on a reason that wasn't included in the enforcement notice, which precipitated our rebuttal proof. And it's just a question that's going to come back and cost. It's not actually a live issue now because it doesn't seem that the local planning authority are relying on it.
Right, is it withdrawn on account of the acknowledgement that actually these have been started?
No, just leave it. I think it's.
Sorry, did you say that you referred to a pre-inquiry note? I'm just trying to look for what I said.
You said you wanted to know the reason why the.
That was email correspondence later.
Yes.
So, in the email after my pre-inquiry note, I said, I want to hear the inquiry why a loss of employment spaces raised by the council when this was not identified as an issue in the 2020. It's, you know, gateway, it's one of the questions I've got from councils with this.
Absolutely. Understood.
Yeah, okay. I've got questions about that. Okay. So, then on to dates, and we talked about a couple of dates for another inquiry. And I indicated that possibilities for me were the 15th of September and the 22nd of September. Having gone away and thought about it, I cannot commit to dates in October. And if we can't sort this out on the 15th and on the 22nd, going to be able to December.
We've agreed these dates subject to venue.
So are we still considering the 15th of September or 22nd of September? They're both still full, because I think it's possible to say we are not.
The 15th and the 22nd are absolutely essential that we use both those dates and get through the work. There's a lot of other proceedings hanging on this decision.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but to be frank, it's not that problem. I'm not going to be hurrying down.
Of course, but we'd like it to be earlier rather than later.
I mean, bearing in mind the number of conditions, for example, that have been proposed, I don't know if this is going to come back on the 15th, because that doesn't really leave much time for any consideration, proper consideration of conditions. Thoughts on that?
15th and 22nd, please.
It's just so obvious is that if we only have one of those days kept in the diary, the way that things are slipped from time to time over the last 4 days, we may not finish on that 5th day. The advantage of having the 2 days with a slight straddle between them is that if we do make good progress and we get through all of the evidence on that Thursday, perhaps even conditions, then we can deliver closing submissions on the second Thursdays. If everything goes swimmingly, then I suppose there's a prospect that we might finish just all day. It really doesn't look like it. It seems to be shaping its head. He doesn't think that's going to happen.
So do either of you think that one more day is sufficient? No. Right, I don't think so either. Because also, for me, decent set of closing submissions is going to be really important. And so trying to kind of knock them up in a couple of hours after hearing from last witness is not really going to be a good idea.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because there is divergent views sometimes about how helpful length is.
How
How helpful length and detail of closing submissions is. Rather to be so, from some of the things that you said, you might prefer fuller closing submissions in this inquiry than you might sometimes if the issues were more straightforward.
what I really don't want is repetition.
No.
So sometimes it wouldn't go amiss in closing submissions. My experience of closing submissions is they get on and on and on, and they repeat a lot of the same stuff over and over unnecessarily. Because I think sometimes,
Well,
they have
and we've been against each other often enough to know about repetition. I think avoid that.
It doesn't, if we can get all of the meaty stuff done on the next day and then leave the last day to closing submissions and costs, that to me was quite neat. Is that realistic? I've got timings for,
Yes.
let me just look at the timings.
The only suggestion that I would make is that perhaps we started half an hour later on the 15th in order to get the conditions worked on by the parties.
But I need to read them as well, which is why I'm getting stuff.
Okay.
I think we should deal with the issues.
The timings I've got, Patrick examination to 30 minutes, cross-examination 180 minutes, add-on via evidence in 30 minutes, cross-examination 100 minutes. Are there any of the timings the witnesses so far? Can you give me any more up-to-date timings?
I would like to go back and see how wrong my estimates were, but I'd like to think that I will be finished with Mr. Dara in less than 2 hours. I really do. His statement isn't that long. Depends on the way the answers go, doesn't it?
That's the whole requirement, isn't it? In terms of a venue, do we have any certainty on a venue for the 15th?
We do, we have a conference centre in Masmas, booked from 9 o'clock until 5 o'clock. And that venue is again rebooked for the 22nd. Same times.
Where's that?
Conference centres on Kingsbridge Road.
It's not that far from the site, I think.
Close
2
to
blocks from the site. Right, so we should still aim for 15th as the next sitting there.
Yes, my lone friend has a copy of an authority for you, and we also have a green copy of Mr. Justice Murray's decision. And that's also the...
So I think I need you to say, what that should be.
I've also got a Supreme Court decision that deals with structure, because if you're going to refer to Skerritt, you really need to see this one.
Just to clarify, the name we have, so that's not required, it's just a spare copy, basically. This is Justice Murray.
Yes. Can I then give you may recall in cross-examination, Mr. Froman, I referred to a passage, which page that's in case he referred to.
Just the bottom.
Yes. So that's that. I think I should let Mr. Coffin have a look at the annotations on that.
safeguarding.
Yes, and it's just, sorry, so I haven't marked it, but it is just the paragraphs I refer to, which are 95.
This is inquiry document 10 in one folder.
And there's also the decision of Mr. Justice Holgate in the Ocado case, which is authority for the quite important proposition that the correct legal position is that a lawful planning right which is accrued upon the expiry of a time limit is not really, it's not lost because subsequently that right is not exercised for a period of time. This is the point about whether the history prior to 10 years back from the enforcement notice is material, because we say that the history running forwards shows that it became new, even if you're with my lady friend, that the gaps during Caroline Roth's stewardship management would have not been occasions when there could have been any enforcement. Because,
sorry, you're giving me an inquiry.
So I'm giving you I'm giving you an authority. My only hesitation in doing so is right. Well, that's it. It's only June 2021, so you're entirely forgiven. What I prefer to do is to give you one that's unmarked, and just want to give you the reference at the moment. It's 2021 EWOC 1509, and that's a decision of the Planning Court. Mr. Justice Holgate, application of Ocado Retail Limited in London Borough of Islington.
Could you email a copy of the case to the case officer, please?
Could I also apologise?
I'm going to say that I requested it as an inquiry on the level.
I'll copy my name. I'll copy my name friend into the email at the same time. Yeah. And perhaps it's easier for me to also enclose my opening statement at that time, because you haven't had it yet. So you asked for the opening statement. I do apologise, it hasn't been sent.
Have you sent your opening statement?
Yes.
So I'll send it at the same time.
I think just check.
And which case officer is that?
It's team B2. Yeah. And then in terms of the start time on the 15th, should we aim for 9:30?
Yes.
Any issues with when the building opens or anything like that? Any issues with the opening hours?
No.
And I will need to finish promptly at 5 o'clock on the 15th. Heads up. Is there anything else I need to do other than collect the attendance sheets for today?
So there's just one matter of housekeeping. And it's no because it's just a reminder, I'm just putting them on. Of course, you recall when I was asking questions, Mr. Craig, I asked him for his material instructions. He said, disclose them. If they can be involved in some stage before we resume them.
Sorry, which instructions?
All the material instructions with this report.
Instructions to Mr. Froning.
Yes, Mr. Froning was asked that question. He said, quite happy because he should disclose those material instructions. We haven't had any.
If I recall, he said he didn't have any such instructions, but such as they are, we'll ensure that we have them.
Well, if he hasn't got any instructions, it would be interesting to see how that.
He did his
Well,
own.
he could be given verbal instructions. And all the necessary supporting papers from the council, so I don't think he needed any help understanding this. But whatever there is, we'll get it.
Okay, the inquiry is now adjourned to 9:30 next Wednesday, 15th of September. And